Greetings and welcome to another Black Pill Digest. This is episode 3, and we are welcoming today Freeman Fly of freemantv.com and Mr. Matt Landman of actualactivists.com and Chris Jansen of endevil.life. And here we have my co-host, James Cordner. Welcome.
Hey, thanks.
Welcome, Freeman, Matt, and Chris. Anybody want to say hello?
Hello. Yeah. And welcome to the Black Pill Digest. Yeah, man. Let's take this long rabbit hole down into the chemtrail worlds of where this all it really came from, how it's been represented, and how it's transformed everything all the way up to the pandemic. There is a lot to connect here. I think one of the important thoughts that I had as we started, but it might be the end, maybe you got to work our way up to this, but if the anti-vaxxers, the people looking into that, then combine their knowledge with the Carnicoms of the world and the Ilana Freelands and started to understand what was going with these heavy metals and all of that, and combine this study into one massive one. But yeah, guys, let's take it down the deep dark rabbit hole into the black pill and see how wild this goes, because I've been watching this chemtrail thing for a while, at least 3 decades.
Yeah, man. You're
I'll
the
be
OG.
sitting there like a grandpa saying, hey, I remember when these things began.
Right? Yeah, you remember the blue skies.
I do remember puffy clouds and rain on one side of the street and not the other.
Right.
I don't remember ever playing tic-tac-toe as a kid in the sky. Never, not once.
Right. And now we see it in the Disney cartoons, and they're putting
Cars was the first one to ever put chemtrails in it, and
right.
it was animated, right? They had to put it in there.
Right. Yeah. They've been laying it into our consciousness like it's normal. They've been convincing us, and oh, that's normal clouds, and then they tell us, oh yeah, the name of this cloud is Homo Cirrus or something, like it's created by man, like that's the what it's. But anyway, people are just blind to truth, and so everybody needs to digest the black pill. And we need to go over these topics, and so it is the oldest black pill. And well, not really, but it's
a gateway conspiracy.
Yeah, right. And we need to keep a focus on it. We can't just we can't let our focus go. We need to pay attention to what's really happening in the moment to our bodies and to our loved ones. And so that's why I'm sure Mr. Matt Landman, sorry. I'm still getting over that, but anyway, I apologize. You created the film Frankenskies because you you care so much about this topic, and that's one of the best movies produced on this topic.
Thanks. It's the best one, not one of the best. Just kidding. So
I agree.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, Frankenskies was an endeavor. It's a documentary that everyone should see. It started off in 2000. Well, ended in 2017, where my journey really began. But the movie starts in 1920 and goes through the historical chronological timeline of geoengineering, weather engineering, and how we got to where we're at, which is a very interesting place. I think one of the most important things for people to grasp, it doesn't matter where you're at. So I look at truth as like this school of life, and you can be at like the kindergarten level or like the PhD level, and every one of us is like in grad school. Freeman's probably like the OG PhD, but at the end of the day, it's like it doesn't matter where you're at exactly. You could be just waking up to it. You could be at the college version of it. Chemtrails is still very important in all these different levels. So
there's more to learn the more you dig.
So much to learn. Right. And then you start to learn about even frequency and cymatics and like the power of owning your sovereignty and not absorbing chemicals because you're mineralized and you're like better than it. And at the end of the day, the most important aspect of chemtrails is kind of like what Freeman said about it being a gateway drug, is this. Truth is a frequency. Yes. And when you start to ride that frequency of truth, other truths become self-evident, right? Well, how are you going to get on that frequency wavelength? Well, chemtrails is a very amazing opportunity because it's right in your face. These other things you got to really dig. And then it's like some people weren't even alive when 9/11 happened. You know what I mean? And they're like, well, I can find both sides on Google, but who am I to, make an opinion on this? Right. It's like yes, they were impacted, but they weren't there that day. Like on 9/11, I had a girlfriend in New York City at Pace University right next to the Twin Towers. And I grew up outside DC. I was right there when that happened. The flights were down and I was like all up in it. But for some people, some of these truths aren't that palpable or in their face or important. It's one side of this coin or the other. Like they're either trusting the doctor or trusting the mainstream, or they have to like go down some rabbit hole with some conspiracy, whatever it may be. And I don't even like that word conspiracy theorist anymore. But the chemtrails, if you just look at the sky every single day, you can start to grasp that there's some real evil going on in the world. And if you can come to terms with that, then this whole world opens up, because if there's evil going on in the world and you're not evil, you're the opposite of evil. You're the truth. You're the good. And then you're on this frequency of truth and you're on that rabbit hole, and then you start to open up all these umbrellas, because chemtrails is like just one of this tentacle of this octopus, where EMF, like 5G will break down your blood-brain barrier, glyphosate will break down your blood-brain barrier, mercury,
nano aluminum,
fluoride mixes with aluminum, and all these things that are all connected.
Right.
So it's,
and now the next
important.
level is these, and I wanted to talk about that later, about how those, you think they interact, and we can go through and talk about what are they building inside of us. What is this technocracy, and but we don't have to get there yet. So speaking of and like being the opposite of evil, Chris Jansen here, his podcast is End Evil, and welcome, Chris. Hello.
Thanks so much, Sean. I'm just so honored to be here. And, already what Freeman and Matt are talking about just gets me so fired up. I've been talking about chemtrails, geoengineering. I usually use weather engineering. Frankenstein's was terrific, because one of the best ways to explain how real this is look at the history of this subject. People want proof, and it's like that almost is proof enough in and itself if you just look at the history of the developments, and check out Frankenstein's for that. And here I am sitting here with Freeman Fly, one of my all-time heroes. When I first discovered this topic of chemtrails and geoengineering, it was like you guys said. I had started looking into 9/11, and I started looking into September 11th attacks, and I was super curious about that. And then I bumped into weather engineering, and I've been talking about it ever since. And what really struck me was the extent of this problem. And I think that's what the way this is, like what these gentlemen were describing, so relevant, because so many of these other things we look into, they're distant and far away. There are things going on in other countries. They're global issues, right? But this one happens above our head every day, and our bodies are dealing with it. Freeman mentioned Elena Freeland, and she describes the full spectrum dominance. So this is our air we're breathing every day, and running through our body and our systems. And I've been able to identify what I think is a huge connection between a lot of people's problems, allergy problems, and all these heavy metals in our environment that our bodies just aren't really conditioned and ready to deal with. And we're being forced to deal with this poison. We're being poisoned like rats, literally on a daily basis. And, that's real. We can study this and learn about it, and that should have people fired up and upset. I think there should be people shutting down all the airports and stopping planes until we get this thing figured out. But people don't understand the extent of the problem, and so here we are trying to educate people and wake them up, because we're not going to be able to change this problem just with one of us or two of us, or just Freeman out there and Matt making a documentary is what gets people like me fired up. And then I create a podcast, and now I'm out here speaking to these other people. But I really appreciate your work, Freeman and Matt. You guys made it possible for me to just like Neo wake up in the Matrix and realize, whoa, this is way worse than I thought it was. This is going on all around the world. This is an organized, super deep level thing that's going on. And what I discovered when I started talking about it and trying actually to discern the truth, it took me, I spent like a year, 2 years researching, looking, taking pictures. I really wanted to understand this thing. Why don't people ask more questions about this? And I would start asking people questions. And maybe I'll tell you a couple stories later on. But what really blew me away was that people didn't want to talk about it. They didn't want to hear about it. And they just wanted to shut down the conversation when I would bring it up as quick as they could. Like they were afraid of the topic. And that was what really woke me up. It's like, whoa, we're in like a whole different world here. I'm curious. I want to know what's going on. And these people, they just want to shut down the conversation. So there's a lot to discuss.
Well, let me shut down your conversation for a minute and tell you something. I mean, it's people don't want to realize how black pill it really is. They don't want to know that the government is touching their bodies and getting inside of them. They don't want to have to think about like, the coating on that fruit is poison. You should wash it. And like, what? They wouldn't do that, would they? They people don't want to think that. And so it's obvious, like they just want the bubble is easier and it's more comforting, and we're here to shatter that bubble.
Have you ever pointed to a chemtrail next to a friend and be like, well, that, and they're like, I don't see what you're talking about. Has that happened to you?
No.
It's happened to me on a number of occasions. Like, well, that, that,
yeah,
what, there's, but I think it might be a good time for me to interject my introduction to chemtrails.
Yeah,
because
please.
it seems to fit exactly what we were just saying.
Fantastic.
There's one more layer to this whole situation that we're in here, right? We're not looking at a evil AmeriCorps. We're looking at an evil global core, right? So as we're watching the masters take over, we got to realize that this was a global event. So back in 1994, I was an avid, obsessed C-SPAN viewer. I love C-SPAN. I just couldn't get enough of it. I watched it all the time. And it was Gulf War was happening. And so that was the first like 24-hour news cycle, getting to watch all the bombs and the shock and awe and everything that was going on. So they showed a satellite view with the grid patterns. Now, and this is 1994. This is before, well, as I'll show, before they ever came to America. They were laying these grids in the war battlefield in the Middle East. And so they
like
announced
over Iraq, over where they're doing the targeting of the enemy. They lay the grids in the sky and you could see it from space
exactly.
Okay.
And they announced that they were laying barium trails to track insurgents with over the horizon radar. That's what they said, And I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. So there's a over horizon radar that left out of Texas right when Katrina hit New Orleans.
X-band.
And then it was sent up. Yeah, the X-band was sent up to the HARP facility, right? It had to go all the way around South America. But the point I'm really making here is that it wasn't American forces. It was NATO forces that were laying these trails in there. And then in 96, the newspapers read, foreign forces fly in America's skies for the first time. I'm reading these headlines. I'm already awake and aware. 96, I'm deep into this already. And so I said, wow, I bet we get chemtrails now. And sure enough, with the arrival of NATO in America in 96, we were all of a sudden inundated with chemtrails. So it's quite possible that these chemtrails, being that they're grid patterns and such, and sometimes pentagrams and things of that nature.
I actually have a photo of that I took in Nashville. I've got one. We can show it later. Go ahead.
So maybe they aren't passenger liners, but foreign airliners, or not airliners, but foreign military of NATO flying in American skies. And that's why we've never had a chemtrail pilot come forward. It's quite possible that this is a foreign military act. And yeah.
Do you think maybe they're drones too? Like they don't even have pilots? Like, I mean, you can make a big drone too. Like, you know what I mean? That way.
I don't see why not.
Like I suspect that might be the case, but
I think they're NASA drones.
Oh, Matt, would you like to elaborate on that?
NASA has a budget of $60 million per day, and NASA has a public chemtrail spraying program called CARE, Charged Aerosol Release Experiment Program. They're
Right.
not transparent with how much they spray, but they have like the barium release rocket patents going back to the 70s. And I mean, there's a
They've even
bunch.
got patches that they wear. It says barium,
There's
it's
all
got a
sorts of stuff going on in
gravestone.
the sky.
Yeah,
And
right,
NASA's not, doing with the money what they claim to be doing. So I think that $60
right,
million per day probably goes primarily into the chemtrail program once you put it all together, in my opinion.
right. That makes sense.
Via drones, yeah.
Right. Freeman, would you like to continue your story?
Yeah, we have to know that this is like a multiple campaign, right? Like there's not just one reason for chemtrails, and that's often a problem. But I remember when this started, that this stuff was falling to the ground. And so
Right.
back in the late 90s, this stuff was coming down as a spidery web substance on the ground. And if you touched it, you got flu-like symptoms. And then there was literally they announced a flu-like symptom epidemic. And I was just sitting there baffled, like, what's a symptom epidemic, right? Like, what is a symptom epidemic? But that's what they said, a flu-like symptom epidemic. And this stuff literally was just making people sick. And I don't think they had it right yet or something, because it was coming straight to the ground. And we really lived
Yeah, like it
through it.
evolved over the years. Sorry to interrupt, but it evolved from the stringy spider webs to now we have like nanoparticles and smog
Right.
dust and like
But
next
one
level.
of the key ingredients for we talk about weather modification, but the other one that I always want to bring in is the barium tracking, like with the X-band radar. So they would then lay these chemtrails over nomadic tribes and such, even in America, such as Gem and Mineral Show or rainbow gatherings, just anything that they would consider kind of alternative.
Don't they
And then they can
consider
literally track where everybody goes.
don't they consider Rainbow Gathering terrorists in quotes, so they're allowed to not give them rights or not treat them like they have rights? Is
Yeah.
that not the
So
case?
I ended up in the hospital with what appeared to be a heart attack. Man, again, compare this to what's going on right now with the
Right.
vaccinations. But I
Yeah.
ended up in the hospital after the 1996, and 96 was a big year for me. So if it keeps popping up, that's why. But 96 Rainbow Gathering in Missouri, I'm certain that the feds there, because Rainbow has their own federal task force, were feeding barium into the water system there, and I had to cross the river every time to go back to my camp. And I had an open wound, and I got blood poisoning, and I had a red trace go up my leg, and I got rushed off to the hospital, and they thought I lost all sensation in the right side of my body. And they tested me, and they were like, well, there's nothing wrong with you. Your heart's fine. Everything's fine. And I'm like, look, there's something wrong. I wouldn't be here. I don't go to doctors, right?
Right.
And they said, well,
Rainbow
all we can
Gathering doesn't
detect is
right.
that the only thing we can detect is that you're low in potassium. And that just happens to be one of the major symptoms of barium poisoning.
Right.
So, but who's going to get a barium test,
Right. And does it stay in your blood for that amount of time? Or do you just have the after effects by the time you get to the hospital, and we don't know that because they don't do the test. They just assume you're fine and shove you out the door and then charge you $800
no
or
symptom.
whatever. Yeah.
I
I'm
just did a
surprised
lot
that
of
you
things like bentonite clay, heavy metal reduction. So when I was at the Gem and Mineral Show, and this will be my last tale and let you guys have the floor back, but at the Gem and Mineral Show, this is an interesting thing too, because I travel with nomads. And so the Gem and Mineral Show is a place where a bunch of really rich people go and they spend cash a lot. They're not very trackable, is what I'm saying. They deal in gems and minerals. So, but I don't know if that's the reason, but going on what I came from C-SPAN, where they're tracking insurgents with barium, then I think that they're tracking these people with barium, because they covered the Gem and Mineral Show that year, which was way back. Just so thick. They even had a B-2 bomber fly over us, which was just crazy.
Wow.
And then I told everyone the symptoms that they were going to be feeling tomorrow. Your joints are going to be achy. You'll probably throw your back out just by moving your arm. You're going to feel like you have the flu, leading them. And then I went around and I told all the healers there that, look, you're not dealing with a virus. You're dealing with heavy metal poisoning. So adjust your medications, adjust what you're offering these people to bentonite clay and things, selenium and things that might remove the heavy metals because they're going to think they have a virus.
Interesting. So bentonite clay.
Yeah, I'm
And
not a medical expert. You just got to
selenium.
look into like getting rid of
Right.
metal particulates in your system. But yeah, bentonite clay seems to have some sort of magnetic pull, and it pulls all the
pulls it
metals out and poop them out.
Okay. That's great. Okay, thank you for that story. That's harrowing, and I'm glad that you survived. I'm surprised that the Rainbow Gathering actually brought you to a hospital because they're so anti, Babylon.
No, I've seen helicopters come down and take people.
Wow, really? Wow.
Yeah,
Well, I
snake
guess,
bite.
yeah. Well, I'm glad that they were able to save him. I hope they did.
Yeah,
But in any case, it
only to
makes
have the
sense.
cops come run them over with a Clydesdale years later. Sorry.
Yeah, and you convinced me that Rainbow Gathering is a great idea, and when it was quite an experience. They're true anarchists living outside of the system. I learned a lot from that, and I thank you for pointing me in that direction. Anyway, back to this. So this stratospheric aerosol injections. It's a military operation, and we know about how Disney is the military. So I wanted to kind of start us off with a clip of some propaganda from Disney, and this is it's called "Eyes in Outer Space," and it's from 1959. James, please, if you would.
Do we have a timestamp on that, or are we running the whole thing?
We can run it we can stop in the middle. We can let it run out all the way. We can pause and talk in the middle, whatever. It's fine.
Science factual present.
Isn't that funny?
Sweeping through an eternal vacuum, through blazing heat and bitter cold, exposed to mysterious radiation, man-made satellites circle the Earth.
Can we do some mystery science theater?
Right. Yeah, we could talk over it all you like.
Traveling at fantastic speeds, these eyes in outer space give us knowledge for future exploration, and also vital information that will lead to a better understanding of one of nature's great forces, the weather. With awesome violence and destruction, the weather is one of man's oldest and mightiest adversaries. But in its ever-changing moods, the weather brings us beauty. The weather gives us our daily bread. The weather makes possible all living things.
All life on Earth will be controlled.
And the weather certainly influences our daily lives.
Right.
Yes, we have always been at the mercy of weather. When the weather is nice, we are happy. If the weather is hot and muggy, we tend to be frustrated, irritable, and even criminal. But if the fog rolls in, we are apt to be depressed. Thunderstorms cause fear and apprehension. Icy winds and snow seem to slow us down. In trying to predict these capricious changes in weather, we sometimes resort to rather questionable weather forecasting devices, such as an almanac, a crystal ball, a gouty leg, and the law of average.
I use my back.
No matter how we try to predict the weather, Of this we can be certain. It will always be with us. Keeping track of the steady parade of storms and fair weather requires the constant preparation of new maps. This is a never-ending task. Weathermen must construct these maps from a continuous flow of data that pours in from weather stations all over the world. In remote, isolated areas, in crowded cities, in high-flying aircraft, and in ships at sea, modern weathermen depend on a variety of specialized instruments to gather information. They measure
Everywhere
temperature,
around you,
moisture,
measuring and tracking.
air pressure, and wind speed. Balloons carry instruments aloft, automatically radioing back information. New radar techniques locate and track storms. And modern electronic computers now play an important part in weather forecasting by their ability to store and rapidly process vast amounts of data.
Look at how many dials.
Adventurous scientists are probing the atmosphere itself, climbing to incredible altitudes in their search for knowledge. New scientific tools are being used, rockets launched from balloons. And rockets launched from the ground carry instruments higher and higher. Unfortunately, these flights last but a short time, and only a small amount of information can be obtained. But now we have more advanced scientific devices for gathering data continuously over long periods of time, not only from the atmosphere, but from space beyond. Artificial satellites. Satellites reach into the unknown with instruments that duplicate man's own senses. The eye of the satellite is a photocell or a radiation counter. Its ear, a tiny microphone. Its memory, a tape recorder. And its voice is a radio transmitter. Here, these instruments are placed in an actual weather satellite, designed to record the cloud formations covering the Earth. In this cross-section view, we see how all the instruments have been reduced to an amazingly compact unit weighing but a few pounds. Here is one of the electronic eyes of the satellite. This eye converts the light reflected from land, ocean, and cloud into electrical impulses. These impulses from the eyes are changed into electronic signals that are recorded by this tiny tape machine. Recording continuously for periods of nearly an hour, this incredibly small instrument remembers everything the weather satellite sees.
All right, so that's like they're talking about. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because time is. So this is from space.
Hours.
11 a.m. EST. A hurricane is forming 960 miles east of Miami, Florida. If control measures are ineffective, it will pass inland at Cape Hatteras in 48 hours. Control operations will begin within 2 hours, but safety precautions should be completed from Cape Fear, north no later than 6 p.m. tomorrow.
From space.
At Weather Central, the control strategy is mapped out. A ridge of high pressure slants across the eastern United States between two low-pressure storm systems. If these two storm centers are intensified, the high will build up along the coast, forming a barrier that will turn the hurricane out to sea.
Stand by. Now pulling in satellite number 1 for visual check of low pressure
Let's see how they're
systems
going to
L20
control
and
that
L21.
weather.
Yeah, how come they
The
never help
operator
us out
brings
with
the
this,
satellite
then?
into
You know?
focus on the two
Why are
storms.
they always destroying
One centered
us?
over Kansas, the other over Labrador.
Changing the northeastern low, L21.
The satellite. I get a little excited.
With a
there.
touch of a button, the battle begins. On the ground, chemical cloud seeders begin to work the two storm areas.
That's interesting.
Robot planes seed the clouds from above.
Robot planes. Wow. Drones.
Exactly.
There's the drones.
Exactly. Drones spraying shit out into the clouds.
The storm centers over Kansas and over Labrador intensify as seeding continues.
Now changing over to Hurricane Center H8.
There were 2 rainbow gatherings
The
where we
fury
were
of the
hit with an
Hurricane
ice
Mountain.
storm.
In the middle of July.
Yep.
Rainbow. Wow.
In Utah.
Jesus. Yeah. How do they do? And like just like how they hit Texas last year or whatever with the. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that later. That's for sure.
It says 100-mile-an-hour winds lashed the sea to a foaming frenzy.
All stations, Sector C. Activate Phase 2, Control Plan Delta.
It's like nature's the bad guy. We got to destroy it, right?
Right, exactly. Get it with
As
the
an
military.
emergency measure, the
You gotta
controller
take it out.
calls for a salvo of vapor rockets to be fired ahead of the path the hurricane is predicted
Final
to take.
Fantasy.
These
This is
artificial
Korea
clouds
taking
will
care
block
of their
the sun from evaporating more
weather.
water.
China with the Olympics. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. And they're
Sorry.
open about it. They're like, they see the clouds on purpose and they tell their public, like, yeah, we're doing this to control it because we control the weather. Like, we have awesome power. But here it's a hidden, they occult that information.
The hurricane. The reports coming into the control center indicate that the diversionary cloud seeding over Kansas is now creating a flood danger. Specially
Can you
equipped
see what
robot
that little
aircraft
symbol
are
is on
dispatched
his
immediately to release a
I
high
didn't see that.
concentration of cloud seeding material into the fringes of the storm.
It's a UFO.
Heavier seeding
Where
from
we
the
see that
ground
before?
also helps to subdue the rain by spreading it over a wider area. The controller calls for another view of the hurricane, which has now moved
Right there, they were spraying certain clouds, electrifying the air from the ground. Like, this is some heavy duty, heavy-handed smashing of the weather here that they expect to be able to do so easily with dudes in uniforms and a computer screen.
closer to the coast.
Hey, Sean, that symbol on his shirt there, it looks just like the one that the bad guys had in Star Wars. The guys that ran the
Really?
Death Star. Yeah, it's like the same symbol. I don't know. It looked a lot like it to me.
That's funny. It's
what-
funny because the Air Force logo looks like Baphomet if you turn it upside down. Like, Leah.
Is that
Leah
all
Boone
like
should show us that logo.
astromysticism, or is it intentional?
Exactly. Yeah,
But-
they're putting that in your brain on purpose. Yeah.
Their whole like propaganda point of view here is that there's no possible way that technology could be bad. This is all like presented as this super positive thing with
Right.
no hint or possibility that we could do any damage or there could be any side effects. It's like it's crazy how far the perspective is skewed in that technotronic kind of machine world takeover. That it's just taken for granted that, oh yeah, of course we're going to do this, because we can.
Right. And they're telling the kids that they're like putting it in the kids' heads, like, yes, of course we're going to control the weather, right?
My favorite is Emperor Ming in the Flash Gordon, where he's just laughing like, hit him with a hurricane, throw some meteors down. Yeah, just do it. He's just doing it for the shits and giggles, He's just like,
because we can,
I'm Emperor Ming. I will just do this, those stupid earthlings.
It's part of that silliness though that makes people think, every time when I would first bring up the subject of weather engineering, what always people say is, well, why would they do that? Like it's impossible that there's no way that there could be somebody controlling the whole planet. It's like partly these silly movies, they put these ideas in our head of this like evil henchmen that are trying to take over the world, and they're almost silly to the point where then people think that idea is silly. There's no way that anybody can try to take over the world.
Exactly.
It's genius.
Right.
One quick story.
It's disclosure at the same time. Go ahead.
Right.
History Channel had offered to fly me out to HARP, the ionospheric heater, for those that aren't aware. What they were just showing, these electric beams shooting up in the ionosphere. The History Channel contacted me and said, we want to fly you out to HARP, and I don't want to fly to Alaska, right? And they're like, we're doing a whole show on tornadoes, and we want to show how HARP causes tornadoes. And I'm like, there's not one person in this field that's talking about HARP causing tornadoes. I mean, it might be a side result of something, but I absolutely just refused. I told them they were stupid, and they actually canceled the whole show altogether.
Well, it's good that you did that because they were gonna use you to smear it in a bad light.
Yeah, yeah. Don't trust them. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Right on.
They.
Yeah. Yeah. So they are gonna be taking over the space and weather, and that's what they're telling us. Walt Disney is telling us science factual production here.
Signal
Oh,
on
it's
number
the
1
atomic
satellite.
symbol.
10
Right,
minutes
looks like an
correction.
atom.
Have you anything else in the area?
Satellite station S1 is approaching area. We'll make contact.
Looks like Katrina. We got Katrina on
S1,
its way.
S1, this is
Exactly.
Weather Central. Request
Steer
video
it a little
signal
to
at
the
grid
right,
coordinates
please.
Coco.
An emergency situation has developed. In an orbiting space station 1,000 miles above the hurricane, a
at
crewman
this dude.
sends a temporary picture back to Weather Central.
China just finished their space station.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
China just finished their space station.
Yep.
Wow, you think
And
there's a little
their
dude up there
secret
pointing the
robotic
camera down?
space. Uh,
I was gonna say, do you think there's a little dude in there pointing a camera down at this at
oh,
the
absolutely. This is what we'd be seeing right there. Yeah. And then they got their robotic space plane up there too, and it drops some mysterious object. You can look that up in the news. China's space plane drops mysterious object. Same thing happened with our mysterious space plane, the X-37B.
right?
It went up into space, and an amateur astronomer filmed a big explosion near where it was.
Huh.
And then we got that meteor strike over Russia. So there's,
Whoa.
yeah.
Yeah, it gets pretty black pill.
But we openly have robotic space planes, folks.
Right.
They're driving around. They're like mini pickup trucks. They're about the
They
size
call
of
it
a
a flying
Toyota.
Twinkie, right?
Yeah. And China's got them. We got them. Who knows what Elon
Right.
Musk has.
And they
But
just won't tell us what they're dropping. They just say it's mysterious thing. It's just dropping
yeah,
this. And
yeah.
it makes you worried and scared. Like, what are they doing?
And
There's so many
Putin, Putin's saying it could be nuclear. I can't trust you with your Space Force and your X-37B.
Right.
So, but yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the X-37B has been orbiting our planet. There's 6, I think, of them that rotate and turns, but for decades now, these robotic space planes have been orbiting us, and nobody knows. Nobody follows the X-37B. I do. I still get Google alerts.
Oh, God
It
bless
just
you.
landed, by the way, after a 5-year orbit.
Wow, they're probably putting new stuff in there to go get more
Yeah.
information and do more crazy, evil stuff to us. Yeah.
Just saying.
Right. Well, thank you for paying attention
Hey,
to it.
this is actually the very first ever Space Force hat. It was before they even had their symbol,
Wow,
or
like
they
space-
didn't even have the flag
Star
yet.
Wars. That's crazy. Is that from the Reagan years of the Star Wars?
Sorry.
Because like Star Wars. Oh, okay. Got your earpiece. Was that from the Reagan years where they're starting with the Star Wars program, and was that why they have the Star Wars font on the hat?
No, actually, this was just. I also have the first Space Force coin. This was as I was watching the Space Force being formed. I had the Space War news going on, and I watched the whole NASA combination with the military and the Artemis program, and started telling everybody, "Hey, we're about to have a Space Force." And so when the first hat for that came out, so this was before it was even officially announced, and before they had actually shown the flag to everyone that looks like Star Trek. But it was one of my things. Like, I tracked and predicted the Space Force, but nobody
Right.
really noticed.
Well, you're being from
Freeman,
Orlando.
what was the name of the show that they ran on Stargate? Right? Weren't you the one that was? Weren't you pointing out how some of the same characters in Stargate were so
Battlestar
similar
Galactica.
to actual
No, it was
actual people on the
Okay.
staff, right?
Yeah, it was fascinating. I mean, honestly, that came through the Stargate fan group, but they didn't see what they had. I just took what they were doing and said, "Wait a minute, guys, don't you see this?" Because they were just comparing people to Stargate characters, but it was the entire Obama administration, including Hillary, were exactly represented in Stargate. And I mean, just recently, okay, so let's go ahead and go weird. Lockdown. All right. Like we haven't gone weird, right? But lockdown. There was, well, okay, you look at my original artwork for 9/11. I made it in 2001. I have the Space Command seal on George Bush's podium as the towers are erupting behind him. You know, this was an artwork I did in ceremony of 9/11 in 2001. And I was trying to show you that I felt like it was the Space Force, you know, in 2001, the military space, that was causing, you know, I didn't have anybody to talk to me about, you know, I didn't have Judy Wood, you know, but so, but point being is that this whole Space
Judy
Force,
Wood's a Virginia Tech graduate, just like me. What's up? Just saying.
But you know, Space Command's been around since Stargate, right? Okay, I mean they filmed this, and Stargate is real. I mean, like not real, but the Space Command is there in Cheyenne Mountain. And so when lockdown came down, and Pence was with the 15 days to slow the spread, and we got a lockdown on this particular day, there was a horde of meteors heading towards, or asteroids heading towards Earth. Like a big group that had never been seen before, and they were panicking about it. And then it happened. It was time to hit that day, like the day of lockdown. I don't know why we didn't get hit. I don't know if it was divine intervention or what, but you can check this. You can go look at the near Earth objects. On the day of lockdown, we almost got hit. But from deep underground Cheyenne Mountain in Space Command, we had the combatant commander who had taken over America. Because we were in an emergency state. So now the president basically was General O'Shaughnessy. He's the head of Northcom, and he broadcasts. You can go look at this on YouTube. General O'Shaughnessy on the day of lockdown is broadcasting to us that don't worry about everything. I'm down here in my deep underground base. And
so glad he's safe.
Yeah, I've put the mercy and the comfort on either side of the shores for you, and we're putting up field hospitals. Don't worry. But here I am in my deep underground base. And then all those field hospitals were staffed with trauma doctors and not medical doctors. So if they were there for COVID, you know, you'd think, yeah, anyway. But if we were about to get...
I'm sorry, but I thought they were going to be there because there was going to be insurrection. I thought because they were trucking military trucks to all the states before COVID hit. And I was like, there was a lot of trucks on trains, big equipment, and it was going to all the different states. They were rolling them through New York City. I don't know if you remember that, but I figured there was going to be like, they were going to be shooting. That's why, you know, trauma, whatever. But I didn't even think of like,
asteroids, which is supposed to be the next threat, right? Like according to Wernher von Braun. But also none of those field hospitals nor the Mercy and the Comfort were ever used, right? So whatever event they were preparing for didn't occur,
thank goodness.
But yeah,
I think if asteroids I don't think that if they pull some asteroid thing that it'll be real. I think they'll do like a HARP kind of detonation in the ocean, and Project Bluebeam can come out of the woodwork. You know, I don't think any sort of asteroid. They've been hyping it up so much with movies and all of the normalization with the media. I think anything asteroid or solar flare that actually happens will be fake. I'm not really even convinced that, I mean, all of the space stuff that we're told is 100%, you know what I mean? So especially if they're going to jam it down our throats with the meteors are going to come and all the fear porn about that all the time. Like, I don't think anything, if it really, quote unquote, happens, it won't be real. It'll just be them utilizing, like they're creating a holographic screen up there as we speak with the chemtrails. They can pull off just about anything they want, including like, you know, aliens showing up or, you know, whatever they want really. But I think one of their best plays would be an asteroid, because they could just detonate something in the ocean and then cause a big shit show, you know?
Yeah. And
let me add to that, because there was a long period of time where I was tracking fireballs that did not have a meteor. And so there was this huge mystery amongst the astronomers as these fireballs kept coming down, like the one that hit over Russia and had the big explosion.
Tunguska.
Tunguska, yeah. Right. So there were a number of these. I used to have a Space War news section on my website, but so many of the links ended up dead over the years that I just took it down. But, tracking the news, you remember it all, and so here I am to share it. But there was a big controversy of these fireballs that had no bolide. There was no rock associated with any of these fireballs that were coming in. And then there was a professor in the University of Pennsylvania who was put into charge of investigating this in a more severe fashion. And it just so happens, and I can't find this damn story again, that a meteor fell into his backyard for him to then confirm
Isn't that convenient?
This was all crazy conspiracy theory. But so to confirm what Matt's saying, there was a big controversy about the fact that these fireballs did not have rocks associated with them.
Right.
They could just be EM, pulsar or
right. I took down that video. It was just going to kind of keep going like that for a little. Basically they go up into space and then they're like controlling space, and they have satellites up there. They were laying that all pretty thick in 1959 with Walt Disney, which is the military, we know. And so I wanted to put that as the foundation of like what they were, what they want us to think, like, oh, it's a good idea, right? So next I want to give some history. So I want to play a clip from Matt's Frankenskies. We've got a clip that's about it's a few minutes, but it lays out all the different programs that the military has done. It's on the books and it's even on camera. So Matt gathered these and he put them together expertly for us to see. So we're going to share a little piece of your film here today, if you don't mind.
I got my copy of Frankenskies right here.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
Sean sent me a copy of Frankenskies. It's great.
Yeah, right.
Except for Frankenskies is an 80-minute social change documentary regarding the solar geoengineering / chemtrail agenda that affects every living being on Earth. The struggle of bringing awareness to this subject, despite the obstacles of a socially engineered populace and the military-industrial complex with its endless resources, is palpable in this Awakening Truth feature. An impeccably timed eye-opening expose, the film reveals the campaign to normalize chemical cloud formations via atmospheric aerosol dispersals. Up against the normalization timetable encompassing a controlled media and an indoctrinated educational and political system, activists ask the question, is your silence your consent? Beautifully done, Matt.
Thank you for that, James. That's great.
No problem at all. Let's get to the clip. Let's do it.
I'd never seen a sky that color. Yellowy, black, greeny, purple. It was uncanny.
Oh, it was a day and a night that we shall never, ever forget.
I couldn't believe that this was happening. First the sky, and then this horrible smell. Really sulphurous.
Thunder and lightning, and it was horrible.
We're in very great danger from the pollution that's coming down over us. And we've been led astray by the military-industrial complex.
Dangerous chemicals over us from
Is the government experimenting with our weather?
That's the question at the heart of a phenomenon called chemtrails, now getting widespread attention.
Millions of tons of toxic poisons released by planes as part of the government plot to affect climate change.
The government is up there in airplanes spraying all kinds of chemicals to change or manipulate the weather, leaving what you see there, and they call that a chemtrail.
Geoengineering. They say it puts poison in the soil.
Tests show high levels of these chemicals in our rain and soil.
Using planes to spray chemicals into the atmosphere to manipulate or control rays.
And that's why health department records show a sharp increase in barium and aluminum in California's water supply.
We shall propose further cooperative efforts between all the nations in weather prediction and eventually in weather control.
The Army's need to know more and more about weather that surrounds this planet is a vital part of the expanded research program of atomic weapons. We all talk about the weather. The Army is doing something about the weather.
So for the people that are just listening, this is 1923 U.S. Air Service. A plane is releasing it's almost like a sheet. It's a chemtrail that has a wall of cloud that descends from it. It's disgusting.
I would like to take you into the laboratory and show you a few of the experiments that led us to our outdoor experiments in converting clouds into snow. Using a home freezing unit such as this, we can form supercool clouds just like those in the natural atmosphere by taking a tiny piece of dry ice such as this and scratching it so a few tiny fragments fall into the supercool cloud. Long streaks develop. The particles grow very fast. They grow about 1 billion-fold in volume in a few seconds. Many millions of snow crystals form, and we get the same effect as is produced by dry ice.
So this is ranging from 1932 to 1957.
Important as far as the fact that it's CO2 is primarily important because it's colder than minus 35 degrees centigrade. This is a picture of the first cloud that we seeded back last November. Flying in a small Fairchild plane and putting dry ice from a small dispenser in the bottom of the plane, and within minutes saw long streamers of snow falling from the base of the cloud and evaporating into the drier air below. Under many conditions, of course, full-fledged snowstorms will be produced in this way. Nature at last has permitted to do a little something about the weather.
Project Cirrus, 1946 to 1957.
Began conducting many of these experiments. In 1947, Project Cirrus expanded to test cloud seeding on a hurricane traveling eastbound 350 miles off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. They dropped 80 pounds of dry ice into the raging storm, only to realize that the hurricane suddenly changed direction and began traveling back towards the United States. Savannah, Georgia, was hit by record-breaking winds of up to 85 miles per hour.
Dry ice, mind you, is frozen carbon dioxide.
Right. Yeah, real scary.
And at least 2 people died. Total damage was reported in the millions of dollars, and the project and its participants were blamed for what happened.
Now that Freeman brought up Katrina, and that relates how they can create these types of clouds that just dump rain. And I wanted to, after this little clip, I wanted to talk about an experience that I had in Nashville in 2010. It dumped rain for 2 days, and it happened on May Day, a high holiday. And so, but we'll talk about that after this clip. I'll elaborate.
To the 15th of August, 1952, the worst flood in British history swept through the tiny seaside village of Lynmouth. 90 million tons of water devastated the area, killing 35 people and leaving over 400 homeless. 40,000 tons of boulders were dragged off the moors, destroying houses and cars. Reporters spoke to squadron leader Len Otley. He confirmed that he worked on Project or Operation Cumulus, which was also referred to as Operation Witch Doctor. What's more, in mid-August 1952, Alan Yates, a lecturer at Cranfield School of Aeronautics at the time, was asked to take part in cloud seeding experiments. According to Yates, the artificial rain fell over Lynmouth and washed the village into the sea. Newly declassified documents prove that Project Cumulus was indeed going on the day of the flood that year.
Project Skyfire, a U.S. forestry research operation concerned with the study of lightning in all of its manifestations.
Project Skyfire is aimed at lightning fires in western Florida. In detail, the manner in which your work involves you in the dispersion of clouds which happen to have some effect on, or rather bring about thunderstorms or what have you. Could you tell our audience something about that type of work?
Laurie, we're conducting experiments in cloud seeding aimed at determining whether or not weather modification techniques might possibly prevent lightning fires. We carry this work on by seeding clouds with silver iodide nuclei. We disperse silver iodide from specially developed generators located either on the ground or on aircraft. Our experience has been that we can do the best job through aircraft seeding.
Again, man looks to his own efforts to increase the flow of water. Since the 1946 experiments of Dr. Vincent Schaefer, we have known that some clouds can be modified through seeding to yield additional precipitation. In 1961, Congress directed the Bureau of Reclamation to begin a long-range study of cloud seeding with the aim of eventually augmenting the nation's supply of water. The program, called Project Skywater, continues at many sites throughout the United States. Eventually, if the research program proves successful, the methods learned will become part of our nation's integrated water resources program.
In 1962, during the Vietnam War, American forces responded with Operation Ranch Hand. Over the next 9 years, spraying an area about the size of Massachusetts with defoliants, the most notorious being Agent Orange. Large swaths of Vietnam were left barren.
Enough food to feed 600,000 people for a year has been destroyed.
Despite this sudden devastation, U.S. officials said the spraying created no lasting harm.
Milton Ross, a Special Forces advisor near Pleiku, has a son born without the tips of his fingers.
North Vietnam charged today that defoliants have produced many instances of miscarriages, congenital defects, and monstrosities among children.
The Vietnamese government insisted the cause was Agent Orange.
Although that war was long ago, there is lingering anger
tragic
about the United States' use of a controversial defoliant spread by American aircraft on the jungles there.
An epidemic of birth defects, brain damage, and rare cancers still affecting hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese today.
According to environmental studies, high levels of dioxin could still be found in the soil in certain areas and had seeped into nearby lakes.
Agent Orange was a safe product when it was used in the Vietnam War, and it's a safe product today.
Yeah, right.
I got something to say. I want to know how come the fascist pigs have been seeding the clouds. Right. Last hour, the airplanes going over twice with all the smoke coming out of them seeding the clouds. And I want to know, why that stuff is going down, man. And why doesn't the media report that stuff to the people, man? I'm telling you what happened. The planes come over for an hour and a half and they seeded all the clouds. People of unknown origin were seeding the clouds over the I don't know what they hope to prove, man.
Project Storm Fury assembles a team of highly trained scientists and technicians to fly into mature hurricanes.
Scientists working on the project were convinced that they could reduce hurricane devastation using a process called cloud seeding by spraying the thunderclouds inside the hurricane with a chemical called silver iodide. This would become known as the Storm Fury hypothesis.
The seeding planes fly across the eye and into these clouds, seeding the supercooled water droplets from the belt of maximum winds outwards.
As the silver iodide turns the supercooled water into ice, the heat released during this process causes the seeded clouds to grow and develop into a new outer eye wall. At that time, the United States Army were in Vietnam. Pierre Saint-Amand was part of the team assembled in a top-secret cloud seeding operation known simply as Project Popeye. In May 1967, as monsoon clouds developed over the Ho Chi Minh Trail, Armand and his team put their new weapon to the test.
We ejected the material so that it fell into the growing part of the cloud, and it rained very heavily out of it, and everybody was convinced with that one experiment that we had done enough.
Project Popeye had opened the door to a new and dangerous type of warfare.
Some said
If you control the weather, you can control the world. Military planners imagined loading the clouds with radiological, biological, or chemical agents and having them rain on demand.
They could attack your enemy using the weather, but deny ever doing so. Allegations were made that cloud seeding had not only made jungle paths impossible, it had also killed thousands of innocent people. But this didn't stop governments from continuing to explore ways of modifying the weather, sometimes for highly questionable purposes.
And that message calls for new frontiers, new visions. It calls for us taking the steps now that will make us no longer second in space and in science. It lays the predicate and the foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world. It lays the steps that's necessary to provide a nuclear rocket that will produce benefits that are so unlimited that I couldn't tell you about them if I had all that.
July 1976.
That was Lyndon
Strange,
Johnson.
unexplained blackouts in worldwide communications plague the globe and are covertly transmitting extremely low-frequency waves, otherwise known as ELF waves.
It's called the Russian woodpecker because it was essentially that sort of clicking, pecking sound.
In 1982, a report by Pentagon researcher L. Ponte alleges the Russian woodpecker signal is actually creating layers of artificial ionization in the upper atmosphere, which means it could have been bending the jet stream and altering global wind patterns.
There's been a lot of research in military labs over what you can do with putting radio waves into the atmosphere. Some of the research indicates that one can move the jet stream around and thus induce weather conditions.
It's no coincidence that the United States began building its own mysterious array of antennas.
HAARP is the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project, originally a joint effort of the Air Force and Navy in cooperation with a number of academic institutions.
Of 180 antennas, approximately 72 feet tall, linked together to function as one giant steerable antenna. Steerable because it can aim millions of watts of ELF waves into one tiny patch of the atmosphere. HAARP is one of several ELF wave transmitters located all over the globe. Working in tandem, these transmitters alter the weather anywhere in the world, potentially changing the jet stream's course entirely. The intense energy being beamed into the sky by HAARP sends pulses of ELF waves into the ionosphere. The waves get reflected back down and pass through the Earth and ocean. But HAARP's startling potential doesn't end there. It's linked to a strange phenomena occurring in our skies.
On clear days, you can often see long white lines being traced high in the sky. They are contrails of jet aircraft, actually long, slender clouds. Weathermen are finding them especially fascinating because a theory is being developed that those long white lines may be changing our weather for the better. Details from Roger O'Neill.
The exhaust from jet engines, usually seen as long, thin trails of white clouds behind
Don't worry,
high-flying
guys.
jet
It's
airplanes,
good. It's
may be
good.
a big reason why
Oh,
there
they're
are
just
30
persistent
fewer days of
contrails.
sunshine
That's
a year
all.
in the Midwest
Right.
now than there were in 1900. The daily range between high and low
We don't need
temperatures has also
sunshine.
narrowed.
It's good.
In the
guys, don't
absence
worry.
of natural clouds, given the correct atmospheric conditions, jet aircraft in high frequency can almost completely cover the atmosphere with clouds.
No one is trying to make clouds now using
Great.
jet engines, but this study suggests that jet travel is inadvertently making our days more cloudy. And someday, weather researchers
one
may
would
be able
try
to
that.
use
Why
jets
would
on
they try
purpose
that?
to change
Why
our
would
weather.
they do such a thing?
Roger O'Neill, NBC News, Champaign, Illinois.
Imagine.
It's
And
a great
finally,
idea,
a federal
though. We
report
might
today
want
predicted
to.
the possible
Now that you
catastrophic
say it.
warming of the Earth by the 1990s.
Now that we said it, whoops.
With the
I
strong
guess
climate
it's our
change.
idea.
Hurricane
Don't
Gloria
give him
is
any
moving
ideas,
on the
Sean.
East Coast tonight like a monster out of a science fiction film.
3,000 homes went underwater, and of those, almost 900 were destroyed.
From 1987 through 1992, California experienced the most severe drought in the state's history. According to NOAA, an anomaly occurs in the jet stream. The winds appear to change direction, blowing east to west instead of west to east, indicating the jet stream coming into the west is suddenly much weaker than normal, causing a drought. By 1995, the jet stream returns to normal.
Here there were huge problems with flooding, intersections and parking lots underwater, homes threatened, people trapped in the river that you see out here behind me, forcing those dramatic rescues.
This U.S. Air Force report graphically outlines the military's desire to exploit and manipulate the weather for the purposes of war by the year 2025. According to one of the most harrowing lines in this report,
that's right around the corner.
Weather modification is a force multiplier with tremendous power that could be exploited across the full spectrum of war-fighting environments.
Yeah, the full spectrum of war-fighting environment. Chemtrails are in every NATO country. Is that the full spectrum? They're spraying anyway. So that was a wonderful job of encapsulating all of those military projects that are proven on the books, and to have that quote from Lyndon Johnson talking about, like, he sounded like the evil henchman in in a James Bond movie, and he's wearing the black square on his head. He's in his Saturnian robe talking to some college. Like, it's really sick if you look at the deeper levels of what we were watching there. So does anybody want to talk about that? Does anybody have any ideas or any thoughts for that get you guys thinking?
Well, we need to block out the sun.
Right.
Bill Gates says so, and he's a doctor. So I don't see any other doctors here.
Right.
So I guess I got to defer to the authorities on that and just be, going along with what they're saying.
Right. It's time to be compliant in this scary time. We should all just do what they say, because
we should
especially
just be really, really afraid and let them make us really afraid. Right. All the while,
oh my God,
Freeman's on the right track here.
Yeah.
But what we really need to do is we need to make sure that we're not thinking for ourselves, and that we're not seeing the evidence that's right in front of us. Look at him.
I think that might get their attention. Yeah. Freeman's wearing a mask that says chemtrails are not in the sky.
My gas mask is upstairs.
They are in the sky. Chemtrails up in the sky. Yeah. We should be wearing those in our houses, because this stuff is like spraying down and it gets into the system, and then our house just recycles this tepid, the air that comes in from outside. Everything's getting rained on. You can't go inside and hide from it. All the air. So
and that's just the tip of the iceberg when you consider how we've electrified our environment, right? Like we got the smart meters, and we got all these devices shooting out all this electricity. And so if you can imagine, if all of the air was full of these tiny, tiny little particles of metals and aluminums, and then we electrify them, what does that do? That creates this like microwaved environment where it could be
what
managed.
happens when you put metal in the microwave? We all know, right?
Might just have people convulsing and falling to the ground under 5G towers, or weaponized street lamps.
Birds falling out of the sky all at once.
That's happened to me twice. Like, what are the odds?
Wow.
Once in Kansas City and once in Austin.
Wow.
It was crazy.
They were trying to zap you. The birds were hanging out near Freeman, and they were like, "Oh, let's get them."
I never know.
Yeah, right. Just kidding, whatever. But
birds aren't real, man.
Oh, right, I forgot.
Right.
This guy thinks birds are real.
Thanks, James. You got to keep us on track here.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
So I kind of wanted to talk about. I survived a devastating 1,000-year flood in Nashville, Tennessee. It rained for 2 days, May 1st and 2nd. May 2nd, I ended up on the roof of the house, and everything was gone. Cars were floating by. Huge sections of road were like flipping, just being forced. I lived near this little brook. I was like 2 blocks away from a brook, and there was some dam like overtopped, and all of a sudden, in a moment, that little brook became uh, a river that you couldn't see the end of, and it was pushing like there. My neighbors had like a shed in their backyard, and it lifted up, and it started to float away, but then it just shattered into splinters, and then the metal roof was pushed in the water, and it hit the trees, and it wrapped around the trees, and it was the loudest noise I ever heard, just this metal like we tried to put my ex-girlfriend out the window to have her climb up the tree, but it was the side of the house, and looking at her face, like my friend and I had each arm, we were putting her out the window, and her face was so scared we had to pull her in again. So we had to go to the back of the house because the water was coming at the front at such a heavy, like I woke up and everything was flooded, and in an instant, like the water was just up to the door, and there was like 3 steps, and we had one of those little ticky-tacky houses, just one story. And the water was just starting to come in the bottom of the door, and I was like, "Oh, that's okay. I'll get a towel." But whatever. I turn around, I come back with a towel, and it's spraying all the way to the back wall. And the water it's just rising up this wall of spray like a fire hose. And I was like, "Holy crap." And then she yells, "It's coming up between the floorboards." Like it just came through the floorboards. And the bed started floating, and the cat started meowing, and like I pick up the cat, and I'm trying to get like grab my jeans, grab the stuff, like I'm trying to save all the important stuff, and everybody, she's like yelling like, "Oh, we're gonna die," and like my friend's like calling his friend, "What do we do?" And like, but by the end of it, like Matt, my good friend, uh he broke the window on the other side of the house where the water was like rushing around and kind of cyclone pooling up. And there was like this air conditioner unit that he could kind of stand on. And like, no, that was on the side. Actually, he had to crawl up on the roof like a monkey. And he like cut his hand. He thought he was never going to play guitar. Like this was like biblical, like anyway, so he crawls up on the roof, send up Katie, send up the cat. I climb up, and we're stuck on the roof. And the only reason we didn't go in the attic is because he had visited Katrina years before. Matt had seen the damage and the devastation, and he's like, "No, people die in attics. Don't go in the attic." So, okay, we'll go on the roof. And it's still raining, and the water keeps rising. And it was like a foot from the gutters, and it was just pushing everything. And we were like, "Well, if it keeps rising, what are we going to do?" Eventually, like the firemen had like rowboats, and like they didn't tie up the rowboat, and they get up on somebody's porch, and the boat floats away, and now the fireman needs to get rescued. Like real idiots. And there are people further down the street where it's lower, and like they're in way more danger than us. Like, and there were handicapped people. There was a handicapped person in the next street, like they couldn't get upstairs, and they were like trying to bang on the window. We could see their arms banging on the inside of the windows. They're trying to smash out the windows because they're like afraid the water. Like Matt went down because like he forgot something and wanted to get us sweatshirts and stuff, and he crawled down again, and the water was like up to his shoulders in the house. The refrigerator was floating, the couch was floating, everything was destroyed with this sludge. It was like there was like a sheen. It was like gasoline, feces, like all of it is just sick. Everything was destroyed. And they eventually saved us after like 4 or 5 hours. They got a boat to us, and they like brought us up to like dry land. In some parts of Nashville, it was just a rainy day. Like it didn't, but where we were, the next street over, people died. They got a little park. James has got a clip here. We're talking about the aftermath of this 1,000-year flood here.
At this time 5 years ago, a dramatic scene was playing out in Middle and West Tennessee. Floodwaters forced thousands out of their homes, and even 1,500 guests at the Gaylord Opryland Hotel had to be rushed to an emergency shelter. It's hard to forget these images of neighborhoods submerged in water. And not only were homes, schools, and businesses lost in the disaster, 24 people lost their lives. In all, 17 inches of rain came down, and the Cumberland River swelled to nearly 52 feet.
52 feet.
The flood of May 2010 caused $2 billion in damage. Some neighborhoods were destroyed and simply had to be rebuilt. Delray Drive in West Nashville is one of those spots.
That's the next street over where I
Chris
was.
Cannon is live at one
Brought
of the
to you
biggest
by
changes,
BlackRock.
England Park. Chris, that park actually wouldn't exist if not for the flood.
Right. All the houses are
Dozens of
gone. Now
homes
they
and
got a park
driveways, and
because
the
they're
way
not
of
allowed
life
to
for
build
so
there
many
anymore.
people are all replaced by this playground in a brand new park. Just one example of how the recovery in this
Yeah, I heard you say, huh, right. That's very important because this was happening during the time when they were creating like Agenda 2030 in Nashville. They were this part of town had these old houses that were built right after World War II, where it's just like a kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom, just a little box. And it had so much space. And they called the place the Nations because like all the streets were like state names, like, you know, one's Maine, one's Massachusetts, whatever. And so anyway, they called it the Nations, and it was all kind of poor white trash people. And of course I lived there. And so after this, all those houses were destroyed and people just lost, they had no flood insurance. So they just lost everything. And so after they cleared out all the rubble, they built on the same plot of land, they built 2 tall, skinny houses. They called them tall skinnies. And each one of those are rental homes. And you can have 2 families on the same plot of land. And each house is like $600,000 house, and somebody owns them, and you can own nothing and happily rent and be happy. You know, this is downtown was becoming all like the first floor was like shops, and then they had condos above that. And if you listen to Rosa Quarry, Behind the Green Mask, she wrote that book there, rest in peace. She talked all about this. Like, this is exactly how they're building the city. They're revamping these cities, and Nashville, it was doing that. And this flood just so happened to make it possible for them to totally, you know, order out KO, you know, make some KO and then create some new housing and they built a new police station. And that place is a fortress. It is huge. And it's dominating, and it's stone, and it's like right there and like on Charlotte Ave, like it's it wouldn't have been possible if this 1,000-year flood didn't happen. And it's so weird that the clouds just stayed there and just kept dumping 17 inches. Like an inch of rain is like 12 inches of snow. Like think about the amount of precipitation, and it's like Anyway, I'm sorry.
Sean,
it was traumatic for me.
It's kind of blowing my mind that you brought up Rosa Core right there. I'm pretty sure it was her that was talking before I lived in a town called Santa Rosa here in California. And recently we had this huge fire. And I actually was awakened at 3:00 in the morning to evacuate. This fire came within half a mile of our house and burned a whole bunch of Santa Rosa. You know, this is a town where a whole bunch of people lived. Firefighters had never seen anything like this. And 2 years previous, the same thing had happened in Lake County. We've had these incredible fires all over California in the last couple of years. And if you look at a map and the areas that have been covered, it almost looks like they're strategically hitting all these areas. And, you know, Rosa Core was always talking about that Agenda 2020 and how that they're trying to do is put in high density housing. And you go in Santa Rosa now in some of those same areas that were burned, and they are putting in high density housing. Is that a coincidence? I doubt it.
Right.
You know, and you look at, you know, the ingredients. You know, I was somebody who was studying 9/11, September 11th, and so I got looking into thermite and nanothermite, and then come to find later that what are the ingredients of thermite is aluminum and iron oxide. And how far of a thought is it to think, okay, we were already suspicious and we have a lot of evidence to show that there's all this aluminum in our environment that doesn't really belong there. I was sharing with you guys article about aluminum being found in whales. They found aluminum in bees. They found aluminum, where it shouldn't be. And then here, how much would it take to spray, aluminum and then some iron oxide? Are we drying out the environment to create these fires on purpose? I mean, some of these things we don't have straight up 100% proof, but we can look at the situation. We can look, they have the capability to do these things. Here are the ingredients it takes to do these things. And here's what we see happening. Well, it's not that far cry to consider that these things could be happening and likely are. If we look at the history of people in power and authority and tyrannical, what would they not do? They're sitting here talking about it in these Disney films, all the capabilities and the things we want to do. And then we're seeing these effects in our environment ramping up every year, stranger and stranger weather anomalies happening. Matt was talking about they're dropping just straight up ice balls from the sky falling, or what was the thing about the gelatinous that were making people sick? All these weird anomalies happening. And is that really all coincidence? I doubt it.
Right. Let me toss in that right before COVID, the worst thing that was happening on planet Earth was Australia on fire with no water in their rivers and the Amazon burning. This was an artwork made to honor that, which I guess the light doesn't make it see, but it's
that works.
We're Fucked News. AJ Maste, shout out. But, so I kept this print and framed it because this really was the worst thing happening just before COVID. All of Australia was on fire and the Amazon was burning.
And didn't they, aren't they building new high-speed trains in California, all those where those fires were, and also in Australia where those fires were? They were building, they're building in those spaces a new infrastructure, new transit systems. Like, is that the case?
Well,
Chris, you're in California,
one thing I do know about is, because I was in the construction industry, I've been a carpenter for a long time, and one thing that occurred to me over and over, I was working in these areas where all the houses burned in Santa Rosa right after it happened, and it was really strange stuff. I remember right on the street I was working on, there's a car with no wheels burnt into the road right out. Okay, and the house I'm working on, the
It's like
whole
9/11.
block, all around it, every single house on this whole cul-de-sac is burned except one. And it was burned on that house right up to the gate, and the gate was swinging while we were working there, because the fence had burned right up to the gate,
Wow.
and the house next to it was gone, and pieces of the charred house had, actually left marks on this house that we were working on.
Everybody but Mel Gibson.
Yeah, right. It
Is
skipped
that
his
true?
house, right?
Is that true? Wow.
Yeah.
That's funny. And
But,
so they have impeccable accuracy. They can pinpoint. I mean, they can take out a couple towers in New York or whatever. They can land on just your neighbor's house and not yours because you're part of the occult, hydra of evil. Like, we'll skip this house, and and that with the melting wheels that happened on 9/11 as well. Like,
Well, the thing that was really struck me that I was getting at too, Sean, was that all this stuff has to be rebuilt. Okay. And I'm sitting here watching, because we'd be on this one construction crew. We're working in this one empty lot, and you can see the guys working on the one next to us and the other one up the hill. And there's these huge areas where PG&E sets up these like massive stations, and they've got all their trucks lined up and the spools of wire. And every house that gets built, I mean, you're talking thousands and thousands of dollars of parts and pieces from the Simpson company. You can't build a house without pieces and parts from Simpson, and I haven't gone all the way in and followed Simpson, but I could almost guarantee there's going to be a connection somewhere to Dow. These same rich people own all these companies. And so every time you create one of these huge disasters, well, people got to buy all the new materials to rebuild all this stuff. And where do you think all that money goes? Back into the pockets of the people that own all these giant mega corporations and businesses. So even if it wasn't for, specific targeting, even if it was just disaster capitalism, it's still pretty scary what that could make you think, well, would people want to make these things happen? Well, there's a lot of money to be gained in rebuilding half a city. I'll tell you that for sure, especially if you own all the companies that have all the materials that people need to rebuild them.
That's right.
I think Disney bought a lot of the Ninth Ward after Katrina. Pretty sure Disney bought a lot of property.
The
I'm sure
evil Hydra.
BlackRock and Bill Gates.
Right. Yeah. And then, it's, if there was global warming, they wouldn't be buying property, on the ocean front. Obama wouldn't have a house at Martha's Vineyard if he was scared about the ocean getting rised and whatever. It's just silly what the cover story that they give us is global warming. We gotta fight the sun, like what James was saying earlier, what Bill Gates is all about. And it's just on its face, it's silly. I mean, the idea that, or like another one of those ideas is like fossil fuels, like, oh, it's made of dinosaurs, so it's rare, like, oh, everybody just believes it and we just throw it around.
Sean, it's not global warming anymore. We've changed it now. We've changed the term, right?
Oh, it's climate change, right?
It's climate change. It's not global warming anymore. That wasn't working, so we had to
But it
change
is literal climate change because they got a little man in a satellite that's going to shoot down at the planet with a gun. They're literally changing So, yeah, I guess we don't need to play the rest of the natural clip, but I just wanted to show how they do this weather, and then it makes this disaster for people, and they get to go in and sweep out. It wasn't just the government that was looting. When everybody evacuated and a couple hours later it washed away, it just they had fixed a dam or something, and by nighttime it was like we could walk through, and I had to pull my motorcycle out of the ground. My ex's car floated and ran into the motorcycle, and it hit a fence and just pushed everything and rolled over the bike and smushed it into the ground. And then her car hit the house next door and then rolled into the backyard. And that huge piece of road ended up on top of her car. All the cars got scrapped. But anyway, there were people that were looting. They were stealing washers and dryers because all the owners were gone. So all these people just came through and stealing everything. They were stealing the meters off of houses, the electric meter off of houses. I'm serious. I was like, wow. And I had to get my bike out of there. Even though it was mashed up, I still wanted to save the thing. I called my friend, hey, quick. And I only was able to save my leather jacket, my bong, there's only a few things that survived. Everything else is gone, and I just had to move on. FEMA did come through and give me money. A guy with a clipboard came, and he's just like, oh, how much, what you had, clothing and a TV, and he wrote it all down. And then they gave me a check for $2,600, and I promptly bought a large amount of cannabis. But anyway, nice. So and then later,
as one should.
Right, exactly. Free money, right? It was stolen from my neighbors. I might as well buy something good with it. But anyway, so but I needed to have I needed socks and stuff. It was devastating. And so anyway, it was.
But you got weed instead.
Yeah, well, I mean, a big portion of it went to that.
Matt, so, as one should.
As one should, right?
You got to deal with the trauma,
right.
Some medicine.
Yeah, all my other weed got washed away in this mud sludge. But anyway, so they did come through and they gave me money. But then a few years later, after the house was gone. The house is gone now. Well, I don't know. They probably got new stuff there. But when I went last to Nashville, it was just a driveway going into nothing. There's just field, or not mowed grass. So anyway, and that slab of road is still in the neighbor's yard. It's just whatever. But anyway, so they it's totally gone, and they where was I going with that? Damn, I lost it.
You bought weed,
right? I bought up the can. Oh yeah, right. A couple years later, they sent mail to an empty lot.
Nice.
To tell me that they gave me $200 too much, and I need to give it back. But I didn't. There's no house there. So,
you send
like
them some weed?
yeah, right. Yeah, and, like, they're miscalculated it or, like, some Republicans showed up a couple years later, and they're like, "Well, let's claw back that money," and so they started charging people, and, like, $200 I didn't get the letter, and then after, like, 10 years, well, not for 10 years, but a lot of years, they sent letters to both my parents, and my parents are like, "Hey, what's this?" I'm like, "What?" And it turned out to be a $1,600 bill because of all the inflation. We told you, and you didn't pay attention, so we're gonna add this fee and another fee." So
Well, that's like what, when you think about what they did in Texas with that ice storm, and everybody had their bank accounts attached to their gas bills. And then next thing you know,
right.
they were charging $10,000 for your monthly gas bill, and it just was direct deposited or, removed from your account.
Right.
That happened to, but the lucky people in Texas during that freak ice storm, which was, I don't know, in the summer, early spring.
Right.
They, the lucky ones were the ones that did lose all their power and didn't have to pay the $10,000 bill to the, they just took it.
Right.
Oh, I
And
have a
now
beautiful
with
story after you're done.
Please. No, please, Matt. Go ahead.
Please. Oh.
Alright,
Are you
well, I
done?
was
Yeah.
just gonna say that if you don't have a gas stove, when the electricity goes out, you got nothing. Like, at least,
Yeah,
like,
power just went out at my place, and I was heated, and I was eating. Yeah, because I have a gas stove.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's and, a good friend, Leah, she lost power in the wintertime, and they left her with no power for a week. She had to, like, boil water on the stove to, like, heat the air of the apartment. It was scary.
Been there.
And yeah, and,
So Rosa
Go ahead. Yeah.
So Rosa Corey, who wrote the book The Green Mask and talked about Agenda 2030 and pushing people into smart cities and all that, she saw the writing on the wall, the elephant in the room, and was talking about the smart cities. And now they're already saying, like, by 2030 they want to outlaw gas generators. Okay. So for one, I mean, that's in California, and then the West Coast and all this stuff. The West Coast has this big attack on gas because of, global warming and climate change, I like to call it.
Right.
So ultimately, like, when you lose your power in the country, you go and you turn on your generator. That's how you keep yourself going. And I think so. Here's my story. The more that the darkness, the evil, the players behind the scene that are messing with the weather, the more that they do their evil bidding, no matter what they try to pull off, there's always this, like, backlash, because we're in duality. There's always this, like, waking up of people. So that Texas ice storm, it was brutal, and it definitely seemed like probably like the quantum computer was trying to see how much it could get away with for one or something, and they really did bend that jet stream and smack Texas with a bunch of ice. And so many people learned about weather engineering just from that experience, just from that, because it was so full on and real. So fast forward, like, I don't know when that was exactly, that Texas thing. It was like a year or so ago. So last summer I went to this reggae show, and I was waiting for my buddy. If you guys don't mind me sharing this little story, I was waiting for my buddy at this reggae concert because he was going to meet me out front. And it's like a big reggae, like, outdoor, nice, in Southern Oregon, outside Jacksonville, Oregon, at the Brit. It's like a really famous spot. So either way, there's these kids that are like middle school kids, like 12, 13, and they're hustling. They're like selling, like, orange juice and bottled water and Coca-Cola and, like, like anything you can, like, really sell when you're that age. They had, like, all this stuff. And they're like, hey, you want to buy something? You want to buy something? All these people. There's like 6 of them. It was
Real
really funny.
capitalism right there.
Yeah,
That's
it was
real
really
capitalism.
funny. And I was kind of side by side with them, being like, to the right people, I eye up people, and if the right person strikes me, I say, hey, you know about chemtrails? Hey, you know the weather's engineer? And I give them a flyer to my movie, because I don't like to, pick a fight with some drunk idiot. But either way, I size them up and whatever. And so the kids are like, what are you passing out? And they wanted to know, because I was doing my hustle and they were doing their hustle. And most of the kids didn't care, but the real aggressive ones came over to me. 2 of them, 2 kids. They had to have been like 12 or 13. They're like, what do you got? What do you got? Let me get some of that. You got a DVD? Oh, I want one. I was like, you don't even know what it is. I was like, you don't even know what it is. Like, can we help you pass it out?
That's awesome.
I was like, look, And I was like, can I tell you what it is? And they're like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, you ever heard about chemtrails or the weather's engineered? You ever heard about this? This one kid, he like steps up and he was like, yo, that's all nonsense. None of that's even real. But in Texas, they engineer the weather.
Wow.
And I was like, whoa, little gangster kid. That's cool. That's cool. Cause he was like kind of like a little thug.
Awesome.
And I was like, okay, little man. I was like, all right. I was like, that's cool that you have an opinion. And he's like, yeah, but what you're saying is not real. And I was like, you want to watch the movie? And he's like, no, I already know. He's like, he already knew what he knew, which he knew everything was not real except for the thing in Texas was real, which is he's getting somewhere. And that's interesting. And then this other dude, this other kid, he comes up and he's like, and he's got these like real bright eyes, sometimes you can really see it in the kids nowadays if they're like tuned in, and he was like, my parents say Bill Gates controls the weather. And I was like, yes. I was like, yeah, baby, you're my buddy. And I was like, here, take a DVD, give it to your parents. He's like, okay, cool.
That's great.
But then like, so there's hope, the kids, but like that Texas stuff and anything that they do, for instance, Hurricane Katrina, you guys mentioned that, Freeman said Hurricane Katrina, that's when they first did the HAMP program where hurricane atmospheric modification program where they sprayed black carbon soot with drones into the eye of the hurricane. The claim was they didn't know what they were doing, but they exacerbated the hurricane. The claim is they were trying to see if they could quell it, but they knew what they were doing. They're making it stronger with black carbon soot. So there's a lot of weird stuff like that. And then really quick, while it's in my head, that Disney, we were watching the Disney stuff and then start talking about all the space stuff and all that. The Disney thing, what's fascinating is they do it when they do the disclosure things and talk about like we're going to control the weather in the future and blah, 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 all this stuff. They do it through like cartoons or some sort of Disney or something like that. That's all because of the ridicule psychology that the realm of conspiracies gets thrown under the bus of, if that makes any sense. So we have our egos, and our egos really easily dismiss something if it's like, if we get like clowned and made fun of by our peers, you know what I mean? It's like, we want to fit in. Oh, I want to fit in. I want to fit in. Yeah, no, give me the fluoride. I love fluoride. Everyone's drinking it, right? It's like
all the cool kids are doing it.
You want to fit in. And I even noticed today on my social media, I was looking at Facebook.
It's like monkeys. It's it's like
we're all monkeys, though.
But I mean, it's like animals. But it's like the animals' pecking order. Like the alpha, like the strong monkey. They look at it and they do what it does, and like they try to, and then
we
they
all
give
do
us,
it though. None of us really want to stand out. I was on, and I'll pass the mic right after this.
No,
so I was on social media today, and someone's like meme had like a bunch of like laugh, like haha emojis. No likes, no hearts, just ha-has, like a bunch of ha-has. And I clicked like, and I was the only one with the thumbs up because I was just like, whatever, I don't got time to click haha, and because you got to hold your finger over for longer, whatever it is. And I realized that, and then I went back and I was like, I'm gonna be the only one not haha in the stupid, everyone's gonna be like, what's Matt's problem? Matt's the a-hole that's not haha in this freaking meme,
Better
and
comply.
So I went back and I was like, oh man, I don't want to stand out, and I made it the haha, and then later on I was thinking about it and I was like, I do want to stand out, and I was like, I gotta go find that meme and make it just the thumbs up, and so I can stand out and not be the haha like all the other sheep. But it's like we don't really always want to necessarily stand out. I mean, when I'm driving, I don't want the police to pull me over, that's for sure.
Right. Well, you got to avoid the sharks, but I mean, it's natural to like default to that, like do what they're doing. It's just like, and you got to overcome that. And it's good that you did that. You overcame that impulse to do that. James, were you going to?
Yeah. Something about what you were bringing up, Matt, there really strikes a nerve with me in the research that I do, because I have children of my own, and a lot of the things that I look into and that mean a lot to me have to do with the way that children are kind of being focused on by these sickos. The reason why, in my opinion, maybe it's just my opinion, but it kind of makes a lot of sense. The reason why they go and they put these types of things into like a cartoon, like a Disney Channel production, where it would be like, oh, you see Disney, that's for kids, give it to the kids. and they say, "Oh, in the future, we're going to do this thing." Well, they're talking to the kids that will be the adults, and when when those kids that were told those things when they were children grow into adults, it's not something it's going to be something that's just normal. They've heard it all their life.
Programmed.
So it's programming. Exactly. It's programming going in during the formative years and planting these ideas, whatever it might be, and saying, oh, in the future, this is what your life is going to look like. And by the time you reach that point where it's actually happening now, okay, no one asks questions because it's been something.
How did we get here?
Exactly. It's
my favorite example of that, if I could toss in, if you don't mind, is Space Mountain.
Oh,
So I grew up at Disney World, like I was the first person to walk on Epcot, or one of the first people amongst them. My parents worked with Disney and stuff. But anyway, so I've been going to Disney a lot. And Space Mountain, you go on Space Mountain and you get traumatized in this roller coaster. You're in the dark and you got asteroids coming at you and all this stuff. And then you get off and suddenly you're on this nice, peaceful, like people mover, right? You're on a treadmill and you're just kind of coasting along. And what you see as you're just traumatized and now just relaxed is your future. And it's brought to you by Monsanto. And we're talking, this is 1971, or whenever that was, 70, somewhere in there.
And Epcot was Siemens too, right? That's
the big ball was sponsored by Siemens, but that's a different story. But they literally programmed telemedicine, telelearning, hydroponic kitchens with electromagnetic dishwashers and such. And Monsanto then programmed you after you were traumatized on the roller coaster. Most people don't remember the experience. I've asked many. They don't remember what happens as they're rolling out, but they were literally programmed for now. And then the final scene that you see as you exit is cameras all pointing at you, and you're on all the monitors.
Great. Just like us now, like where cameras are looking at us and like it's going into other people's monitors, and at least it's people that are listening to us. Like at least we have something nice to say, even though it's a black pill subject. You got to eat the black pill sandwich here.
I wanted to riff off of what James was saying just really quick. He was talking about how the children and they plant the seeds for them, and it almost becomes this like it's programming, but it's almost nostalgic. It's like, oh, the cartoon I grew up with, it was just like this when I was watching that Tom and Jerry, I was thinking about this recently because I've really been tripping on movies and how programming they are. As adults, the entire genre of science fiction, right? If we watch a science fiction film and there's the future, it's dystopian. I mean, Idiocracy, Blade Runner, you name it. I don't think I can even think of, which I'm a film major. I love movies. I can't even think of a futuristic movie that's like utopian, right? They're all dystopian. And so then in that same light, if we end up with a slippery slope, crappy future, we'll be like, oh, that's just like in the movie Total Recall. Put a chip in my brain. Goody.
Right.
Programming the now to think the future is crap.
Right. And they layer it pretty thick. If you see that Utopia from England or whatever, it's pretty much, and they're like using injections to make people sterile so that they can depopulate the population because of rich oligarchs that like own the planet, like and it's all, and they put it in a comic book so everybody can see it. Like we have the Hollywood and the media and comic books, all that stuff, and if you look at the comic books of the magician Alan Moore, like if you open up the one that he's famous for, V for Vendetta, like on the first page he's looking at himself in the mirror, and on his bookshelf it says Utopia. There's the book Utopia, and it's like it all connects, and there's the yellow bag, like it all ties into this one big mesh of like they have captured your imagination, like as Disney puts it, I guess. They give us this bubble worldview. Yeah.
You brought back. Go ahead, Freeman.
I was just gonna say everybody started wearing the V mask, right? Like,
Just like the
Alan
MAGA
Moore
hat.
didn't mean to even program that into society, and look what it did,
Right. But they say that he didn't mean that. But if you see the first time in that comic, and it was published in '87 or something, that you see that mask, the Guy Fawkes mask, printed on there. It says, "Let's make Britain great again." Really? That's interesting. And
That sounds
everybody wears the
familiar.
MAGA hat just like that silly, and you got the anonymous people wearing Guy Fawkes, and then you got all those other people with that other meme, and it's like, make America great again. When does that Great Britain, like they stole it from this comic book. Like anyway, I'm just saying that it all connect, and then then people like Trump use that meme into their thing, and it all ties into this one like magician kind of like mind control operation.
Because really, after all, it's a small world, Sean.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was having a
no.
memory of
I'm having flashbacks, man.
yeah, that's what happened to me. I was having a flashback because you were talking about Disney World. In my last trip to Disneyland, I was kind of like, this is with my ex-wife and my two girls. They kind of made me go. I already did it. I didn't want to go back to Disneyland again. It was like, but I thought this time I'm going to go with different eyes, and I'm going to look for all the stuff, and so I'm standing in line for It's a Small World, and I'm looking on the sign, and it says right there in little words, brought to you by Siemens or Siemens, and I remembered Freeman talking about that on his podcast. And so this time I'm riding on the little boat going through the warehouse of It's a Small World, and I'm thinking about it with these whole new eyes of understanding, this global.
If people don't catch the
conspiracy.
reference, just so people catch the reference, Siemens was the corporate logo on Auschwitz. Just in case you don't know why it's such a big deal that it's, every ride in Disney is sponsored by a military industrial corporation. It's
right.
But this
And
one just happens to also be one that was sponsoring Auschwitz.
Right. And who is creating the chemicals? Who owns the planes that are dropping them? Like, it's these companies that are working with the government. It's all one big.
Well, I would say this.
Power.
I wanted to say this earlier. If you want to see some films from Disney, you got to get Disney on the front lines.
Right.
It's they're open propaganda for the military operations. And then watch Chicken Little and tell me if COVID wasn't the story.
Yeah.
It's 5 minutes long. Watch it. You can watch it on YouTube. I recommend watching Chicken Little and Education for Death. These are two cartoons for your children that are actually for you. And if you don't see exactly what happened in COVID and Chicken Little, then you're not paying attention.
And that's why the end of Full Metal Jacket, it ends with all of them chiming together singing the Mickey Mouse Club song.
Oh, right. Yeah,
because like they've been programmed with that ever since they were kids. It's military propaganda, and it's changed their brains so far as it's turned into they're in the military and then they go through the boot camp. It's all one big system of mind control, and it starts from the very beginning, and it's all from the military. And we're going to see a clip from our friend Leah Boone.
Princess Warrior Programming.
What do you got?
Right.
Princess Warrior Programming.
And it takes the trauma-based mind control that they do on the ride before they give you the cameras. Like that's kind of why they don't remember.
What was that? What was that, Freeman?
That's your book.
One of my books from Weird Stuff.
Oh, cool.
Right.
I did a lot of the artwork. I did all of this. FreemanTV.com in the shop section.
Awesome.
But like the very first one that you'll see, I've got the Clone Wars. I threw that. If you watch that, you'll see all trauma-based mind control going on. And then, of course, Donald with Mein Kampf, because that was part of the Disney on the Frontline series, and our poor dead Pope. But to bring about. But I wanted to just point out the store aisles and how they were programming from the pink to the blue.
We can all remember that from the 80s, and I mean. In the 90s, like you got the boys' aisles blue and the girls' aisles pink, and it's just
and then look at programming them all to the transhumanism, because the girls are all like
fake plastic.
Well, they're literally mutants,
Yeah, right.
And then
Yeah.
all of the male side is the dark side. You never see like the light side of the force or anything. It's all, but yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you did some good work with that, and I'm glad that you showed that because people all need to see that book. It's great.
Freemantv.com.
It's great.
Yeah,
right.
and your
We've been
work
showing
with
it.
the Chicken Little, it was amazing. I remember those episodes. They were just great. And the thing that's really struck me about being there in Disneyland is their whole game there is to control all your senses, right? You're walking into one of these shops, it's smells coming in. They're controlling what you're seeing, the visuals, what you hear. And as you're going through the warehouse, if it's a small world, you see they're controlling every little country and every little domain, and they got it all in this little warehouse. And there's little cutouts of animatronics. And when you think about the symbology of that, they're saying, "We got this world, we got it in a box,
And we're
we're just
forcing you to
showing
listen
you
to
what we
this
want you
song.
to see." Yeah,
Right.
And we're forcing you to listen to this over and over and over.
Right.
And
It's
the way those
embedded in my
songs,
brain, Chris.
the way that
It's
song
just
is
like
created,
trauma, man.
that song is created to do that.
Yeah.
Like I'm doing
There's
a
something
series
about
with
the
Hans
writer
Utter.
of that. There's a story behind him. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like it's the same as SRA programming, the same as trauma-based mind control. They give them those weird sounds, and they're different in either ear. It affects the brain. This is a studied. But anyway, we need to get back on the track here. So, James, could you show us the David Keith clip?
Yeah, let's get that. Let's get it going.
That's good. This is this guy. People need to see what this is. Corbett.
This is from the Corbett report from back in the mid 2000s. People might remember him. He's now pretending to be a late night television host to complete absolute fucking shill. And this is what he used to be up to. So, like, the important thing to remember about when you see things like this, just a little caveat going into this, is what he's doing is he's hearing this guy tell the truth about this thing, and he's making a joke out of it. So what they're doing is he's using comedy to passively manipulate you into accepting the truth. I mean, that's a technique of,
and this truth is like scary and
right, because I mean, what was his name? Oscar Wilde. He said, if you're going to tell people the truth, you better make them laugh, or they're going to kill you.
You could actually spray sulfuric acid into the stratosphere 20 kilometers over our head and use that to stop the planet warming up in a kind of ugly tech fix.
You can spray something into the atmosphere to change. Okay,
spray pollution into the atmosphere to stop it warming.
How do you do this?
You'd start with a fleet of modified business jets and say 20,000 tons of sulfuric acid into the stratosphere every year. And each year you have to put a little more. And this doesn't, in the long run, mean that you can forget about cutting emissions. We will need to rein in emissions.
We'll get to it eventually. But in the meantime, we're shrouding the Earth in sulfuric acid.
So people are terrified about talking about this because they're scared that it will prevent us cutting emissions.
Right, and also that it's sulfuric acid.
We put 50 million tons of sulfuric acid in the air now as pollution, and it kills 1 million people a year worldwide.
Okay, but it'll be better if we put more in.
We're talking about 1% of that.
1% more, we're just killing 10,000 more people.
You can do math.
What happens to the
So this is basically a threat, right? They're telling us we're going to spray pollution into the sky to kill more people if you don't change your ways of driving a gas truck. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is really insidious.
After it's sprayed, does it just stay up there?
No, it rains.
I wanted to pause it right there, Sean, because what you're saying like is true, but it's also from a different angle. It could be, kind of softening the blow, if you will, like getting people ready for death and seeing it as something that's just necessary. It's just it is what it
chocolate is. It chocolate covered black pill? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
that's
a good point, though,
good one, Chris.
That's really.
But I mean, it can be looked at many ways, and we have to be open. We have to be open to each point of view.
Well, we're gonna hear him. He's gonna, in these same breaths, he's gonna deny chemtrails are happening. once
Right.
keep
Well,
playing.
how do they get then how do they get anyways, how do they get it into the air? Like how
Right.
does it
No,
get
but I mean, it's not that he's denying that it's in the air. Like, go ahead. Like,
Well, we haven't
Right.
started doing this yet. We just could.
Right,
Is
right.
the way
Yeah.
he puts it.
Exactly.
You know, it would be
Yeah.
really easy. He actually says it would
So
be really
that's
easy. We
why
just have
it's
to
a
change a
threat.
few jets. You know, no
Right.
problem.
That's why it's a threat. And because they want us to change, they gave us, Al Gore and his
Huh.
fear in 2000, whatever. And like, and that, so it's the same vibration of like, oh, we're scare us into compliance. Oh, this is another way we're going to spray pollution on you. He said pollution, and he said people are going to die. Like, and then in the end, he's going to be like, oh, it's a bad idea. I don't think people should do it. But why
Right.
is he saying it on TV? It
And then last
obviously,
week he's at the World Economic Forum screaming at the top of his lungs about the oceans are boiling and the all this other
Bill
all this
Gates,
other
or
crazy
Al Gore, right?
Al
Well,
Gore, yeah.
The
let's
guy that
get to
carries
that real
blood in his
quick.
suitcase. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get to this important point real quick because I don't know how much longer I'm gonna make it.
Okay, sorry,
Starting
man.
to fade.
Okay.
But I think this is pretty important because what's happening right now is a lot of stuff is coming out. A lot of stuff is coming to the surface. People are seeing that died suddenly. They're all
Right.
turning to understand that they are being jacked with these chemicals that this evil overlord has now injected billions of people with nanotech and all of that, and the people are starting to panic, and they're making sure everyone knows about it. So my point is, like, be careful of who the authority you choose to punish these people is,
Right.
as we start looking towards Nuremberg 2, maybe that was part of the plan. Maybe these people were all fall guys for a global government scheme so that they could blame America and have a global world court to justify and have all of that. So I think it's really important that we look at, as we start to try and see all of this happening, and people are like, I'm so glad people are starting to wake up. Everybody's getting angry and they're all starting to come out and want Nuremberg 2. And I'm like, well, just question who the authority is that you are putting in charge of Nuremberg 2. I just want that to be clear.
And the people that they're going to put into the guillotines or whatever is going to be the middle management. Everybody gets mad
Oh, yeah,
at,
look
like,
what happened in Nuremberg 1.
exactly. Right. So, I mean, it is probably all a plan. And I remember the first time I talked to you at Free Your Mind, like, I had to tell you about this idea that I had. I saw in the newspaper on the 1st of January in 2016, all the newspapers had a burning tower. And it was, and Trump was in the running, and the 16th Trump card of the tarot is the burning tower. And that is the destruction of the old world. And it's like they were signaling to everybody, okay, this dude is going to usher in the end of America. And like, he's the one that started the MAGA jabs, the warp speed. Like, he's proud of that. Says what's one of the most important things he's ever done. And he got the booster, and everybody should, and this Q thing gets everybody to trust him. And like, it's this huge mind control push. And it makes sense that they are done with America. They're done with this Constitution thing. They want to get us out of the way so that they can have that world government.
Why do you think we have a poopy pants president?
Right. Why do you think that after the president was elected, they had fences around all the federal buildings, and guys with guns? Because it was a takeover, But anyway,
Well, they did
still
come
got
out and
people
brought
in
him
jail.
cookies.
Right.
Yeah, Dr. Jill did bring him cookies.
That's great.
Thank God.
And could the leadership get any more silly and ridiculous? That was part of what you were talking about in your episodes with Chicken Little, was that they make the leadership look so stupid and so silly that, at a certain point, it ushers in this possibility, like you're saying, to bring in the dialectic and like, oh, we got to come take over because these guys are idiots, and I mean, the people
Who's gonna take over?
running for president these days. I mean, come on.
Who owns the United
That's why
Nations?
Putin's calling us Satan.
Yeah, right. And who called? And they always called us Satan. We were the great Satan. Like
Right, but Putin's been put out
way
as the White Knight, so he's shown on the magazine covers riding a white horse with his shirt off. He's
and
portrayed
he
as.
but he doesn't chemtrail his people. He
Oh,
doesn't feed them
he was
GMOs.
anti-HARP back in the day. Like, I mean, he was anti-chemtrail. He's anti-NATO.
And everything is wired over there. They don't have Wi-Fi and all that, like EMF, like radiation. So, I mean, at least that there, maybe some people are going to survive this onslaught of death that they're doing to the world. Like, but anyway, so
he's slated to be the hero, whether or not he really is the hero, it's all like a big chess game.
Exactly. And they're shuffling the board. Like they created Russia, they created, they created China the way it is now, and they're going to give them the reins of the world, and they're going to have this digital money, and we're all going to be slaves happily, whatever. They're going to spray us with this stuff. And before you go, I know you said you had to go soon, Freeman, and I wanted to ask you this while you're here, or well, ask everybody. In the future, I'm going to be talking about the technology that might be rained on us and what it's doing inside of us. And I guess I'll get more into that, like Morgellons. And I know you're familiar with that, Freeman. We're going to expand on that later, maybe after you're gone, if you're going to leave early. But what do you think? What do you guys think about, like, they've been putting this stuff in our bodies and it's building inside of us, and then they give us the jab. What do you think? It's a gene modification. And the way that these things are built, it's like they're giving them new orders, like, and this new stuff is building inside of us. Like, what do you guys think the combination of those things?
Let me say this real quick, just to open up the floor on that one, Sean. I've been thinking about this for a while now, and I've said it a couple times on a couple of different broadcasts, but I immediately go to think about what the human body does to a splinter.
Right.
And what a human body does, if anyone, the skin is an organ. It knows what should and shouldn't be there, and it has a reaction to try to push something like a splinter out. If no, this sounds how it sounds, but I'm starting to think that the gene therapy, the gene altering chemical that they were just injecting people with, is like a primer to the transhuman agenda, where they're actually going to be putting like microchips into people. They're talking about the Neuralink with Elon Musk and everything like that. What do you think the human body is going to do to such a foreign entity? I mean, for crying out loud, women.
We're going to be the Borg. I'm going to be 3 of 5. What about you?
Look at the rise in autoimmune problems that have happened in the last few years, that have gone just complete 300% or more, off the roof. What is an autoimmune disorder? Essentially, the body fighting itself is what they're saying. But what is it really fighting? All these foreign invaders, right?
Right.
And it goes crazy, and it overdoes it because there's so much of it, and it's so inside of your body everywhere, right?
Right. And the skin is acting, it's doing its business, and it's pushing it out, right? Is that what you're saying, James?
Yeah. And so I think that the gene altering situation that we're dealing with now is just that. It's going after that certain set of genes or DNA that tell the body to push this thing out of it. I mean, really, what do you think the human body is going to do when you try to introduce something like that to it?
Right.
There's inflammation that happens. Even if the skin can't push it out, there's inflammation that happens around that object. Like, I know people that have that have had shrapnel stuck in them, and it's the pain is, I mean, of course the pain is like intense, but it doesn't go away. It's always really bad for those types of guys. Anyways,
what's really trippy too is the story of Iron Man, the Marvel guy, right? Like the whole deal was that in the first one, he got this metal, blown into him from the explosion, and it was close to his heart. And that's why he had to become this machine, because it was the only way to deal with this metal that was inside of him. Remember that?
Heart.
Yeah.
Right.
And destroying his heart, right? Which is our care.
Right.
Yeah. And then by the third movie or whatever, he has a upside down triangle over his heart. Like the symbolism was right there in front of you, people. Give me a fucking. Anyways,
So,
your question, Sean.
So, like, well, I was just gonna say this, Morgellons, it's creating like tubules inside of it, and it's like like it
Replicating.
right, and it like builds, it grows kind of, and they say we're gonna learn in one of these clips that it attracts the heavy metals like the aluminum and the strontium and stuff, and that's what helps it to build, like it's constructing something.
Yeah, I even met with Dr. Hildegard way back in the day, and she was doing a lot of x-rays on people, and there were self-forming nanobots that were forming inside of people. They look like dragons. They had weird shapes. I mean, she had all kinds of x-rays. She wouldn't let me film, but you can look into the work of Dr. Hildegard and see her x-rays and see all of those things. But back in the early days of chemtrails, as we started to get the ingredients listed and we kept seeing barium and aluminum, immediately you got to think on the simplest side. Well, aluminum, that's what we put on our television antennas to increase the receptivity.
Right.
So, all
Like
of a
we're
sudden you're
antennas
an
now.
antenna, right?
Right.
As they started feeding that. And then the barium, of course, which shows up on the over horizon radar, is radioactive. And what they give you to drink when you go into an MRI, or
right, which is
so,
also poisonous. Like,
yeah. But so immediately, I'm thinking, okay, so now we're transmitters and we're beacons. And so that's in the early days of chemtrails. I was thinking about how people would try to escape the camps and go into the woods, and everybody would run away, not realizing that they have so much barium in their system that any groups of people can show up on radar so easily. It's ridiculous.
That's why they were spraying the fields in Iraq. You're talking about in the beginning, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that was the early thoughts, and now we start boiling up into now with graphene oxide going into people with replicating nanobots, and even the quanta and the quantum dots, and then you take that to patent 060606 of cryptocurrencies generated by bodily movements.
Right.
And if I take this to its ultimate scenario. Okay, so I followed the grid at CERN, where they have the capabilities of computer technologies that is capable of mind transfer technologies. I mean, it's powerful enough, the CERN grid. It's the most powerful grid on the planet, right?
Right, but who knows if they can transfer your mind?
Well, that's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
Because it doesn't appear that a computer can contain a soul.
Exactly.
And therefore they can't fulfill their life living forever in their metaverse situation, or even just as a whatever. But
trapped in a hell of
metaverse. Wait,
forever.
what if you convince all humans to get into little pods, detach their nervous systems and attach themselves to a fake metaverse, and then they become an internet of bodies. They are a network of computer systems, your very body is, to then have soul transfer technologies capable, because we are capable of consciousness transfer as a human body.
Like we are transferring consciousness on the internet right now. We're like,
imagine if this was a network of bodies. If we were dealing with the internet of bodies, then the elite could live in the metaverse that is supplied by our bodies, because we can actually work. I don't know.
And
that's
like,
taking it to its ultimate.
Yeah, I wonder if like our imaginations would power this thing. Like, it's a fantastic thought. But so that's where you see it going. You see it's that's their goal. What you think is happening?
I think that's the ultimate outcome that this could be, because
that's how they want to trap us into a smaller cage that they can control completely. Like they want to be the
they could live forever. Yeah, exactly.
I think they just want bodies, They they never got to do what we're doing, so they want to jam up this frequency. So if I may interject, I think that all of the different metals that they're getting inside of us, all like you're talking about, they sprayed the Tucson Gym and Mineral Fair. They sprayed the Rainbow Gathering. I've seen them spray festivals too. It's all a spiritual battle at the end of the day. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on consciousness.
Bingo.
And they don't want actually, I mean, like, we're Walking Dead. We really are the Walking Dead. They don't want us to truly like fully actually wake up. They don't want us to have that heart opening to realize our full potential and have our evolutionary ascension potential and all this stuff. If they lose their grip, they lose their grip. So that's their fear. I think what they want to do is pause our evolution, sidestep us with this transhuman reality, which they can't just come in and pod us and all that sort of stuff. It has to be consent, and there's all these laws and stuff. That's why it's so slow when they're trying to get us to do it to ourselves. But at the end game, what they want are bodies. They want, like, the devil wants a body. He's a loser. This freak, the devil can't even get himself a body. So he's got to whisper in everybody's ears and try to mess with us and get us to do it to himself. In the end, there's no way that they can pull it off, you know, because the darkness shows itself as it shows itself, and then the light knows that it's the light, and then we wake up by seeing the darkness in itself. They can't hide themselves forever, right? They can't hide what they're doing. But ultimately, what they want is transfer of consciousness, so that we think we can, I'm going to transfer my consciousness into a robot over here because I need to live forever, because 5G dystopia and chemtrails and all this stuff I can't reproduce, you know, in the future. And then supposedly, like, the Hoover Dam is like a Stargate or something. Seen this? I'm sure you guys have seen that conspiracy. And then at a certain day and time, you know, Satan gets a body. That's the crazy conspiracy. So that's my little
like Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, that's my little transhumanism little take on it all. But I mean, in game, like, God is in charge, and those fallen angels and the devil. What? No soup for you, no body for you. It's not happening, man. It's not happening. So they can try all they want, you know. It's just a game where the dark wakes up the light no matter what it tries to do. Even if it doesn't want to, its foot goes in its mouth no matter what, you know.
Absolutely.
You know, thinking about that, like, they could tell people, oh yeah, we're going to put your consciousness in the computer and you'll live like, it'll be like Vanilla Sky, you know, like that movie, and it'll be great and fun. And then they wheel them in just like Soylent Green, and the guy's like, yay, and he gets to see this nature, and he's like, okay, I'm dying now. And then he's done. It's like, okay, depopulation, thank you, you know, next. Like, who cares if they go into a, you know, consciousness thing? Like, they can just kill them off, and they got computers now, and like, let's have our you know, let's just own the world completely and get rid of all these useless eaters, and like, wheel them in. Soylent Green is people.
Yeah, I fully expect to be Monsanto fertilizer in the end, you know.
Right. Yeah.
But guys, it's been awesome. But really, I've got to run.
God bless you for staying for 2 hours, man. Thank you so much, Freeman. That's great. Thank you. And can you tell people where to find you? FreemanTV.com. And is there anything that you look forward to, any good shows that you got in the future? Like, you want to say something about your stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. FreemanTV.com. Come and listen to the show. Scroll all the way down that front page, man. There's no such thing as an old show. So just scroll all the way down. It's like 36 pages, or maybe more. 18 years of this. And so, but now that I'm banned off of YouTube, all of my videos have been going up on Rockfin. So if you want to see my lectures and my video productions and such, they're all on Rockfin now. Maybe eventually, I mean, people are free to put my videos wherever they want, you know, please feel free. But right now I've just been putting them up on Rockfin, having a good time with that community. They're a pretty amazing group. And so
that's awesome. I'm glad that you found a home for your content that you can link and embed, and like, you don't have to worry about it's going to get erased sometime or whatever. Because like all of your old shows must be they have a YouTube link, you know, if you have like a video on your website, and that embed is dead now, and you got
all gone.
Dude,
yeah, 18
sad.
years, you know, longest running talk show on YouTube.
Right.
And yeah, gone.
Well, you're still doing the good work, man, and you're here, and you're like, I'm so glad you joined us, and you're a dear friend of mine, and I'm so glad that you were here. And
yeah, I love you all, guys, man. Everybody here, you're all, you know, yeah, Great.
Hey, Freeman. Let me
Matt.
just say one quick little thing before you take off.
Sure, Chris.
You've been such a big hero to me, and I'm thinking back to 2000. I think it was 2011, 2012. I'm listening to your podcast. At that time, I worked at the Superior Court, and I was a maintenance man, and so I had the keys, and I used to go up on the roof and take pictures of the sky because of the chemtrails and everything. And I remember this one particular day where I had just got some new sunglasses, and when you get the polarized sunglasses and you look up at the sky, sometimes you see the oil streaks around the chemtrails. And I remember this one day where I'd listen to your podcast while I'm working at the court, and I'm walking down the street at the county center trying to get people to put on my polarized glasses, and it was like straight out of the movie,
They live,
putting on
yeah.
the glasses.
They live.
Look, and I remember getting this one lady to put them on. I'm like, look.
You should have beat her up like the movie.
Yeah, right.
Beat up an old lady. Where are the glasses?
Yeah, but
Best fight scene
the biggest
ever.
thanks,
Oh,
Freeman.
man.
Thanks so much for all your work. I remember all the days of being on the Friendship Agenda and listening to all your shows, and you've really impacted my life, and I really appreciate it. And just so you know, you woke somebody up, and I'm out here speaking the truth and working on this stuff too, thanks to your encouragement and help. So I really appreciate it. And I look forward to
thank
hopefully we
you.
can chat again one day.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we'll do more of this. I hope you guys all want to.
Yes, please. Yeah, we should.
Yeah, absolutely, Freeman.
That's fantastic.
Absolutely. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for being here tonight too, man. It's not a it's a kind of a little bit of a rodeo of a show. So
Yeah,
it's-
like we
no,
had
it's
so many
great.
clips and whatever.
Hey,
Yeah.
I might be at Anarchapulco
Right.
in 2 weeks. I just got an invite, and I might just go. Hey, why not?
Good.
Yeah, I could be out there. I'll sport
Well,
your wear at Anarchapulco.
Yeah, that's the true anarchy shirt right there. God bless you. Yeah, man, that's fantastic. And I hope you represent the real heart people. That place. I've done a couple shows about it, and I think it's infested. I think there's some government in there trying to do some psyopish stuff. And so, wear your heart strong and be the beacon so they can see the real, and be your true self, brother. And I'm so glad.
Yeah, maybe they'll read the back.
Yeah, it's got the true definition. That's right.
Yeah,
God
let's
bless.
give a shout out to Jen Lee, to Cult Priestess, and all the wonderful people that have been chatting here along the way with us. I've been reading along, guys, and thank you so much. And yes, Obama's a clone. Just wait till Michelle comes out and you all learn of Queen G.
Arkanautan, right? Arkanautan.
Arkanautan. Go watch my episode with Howard Stern. Oh, my God.
Oh, right. Yeah. But you
Classic.
can't talk about Akhenaten because I own that topic.
No, Howard Stern.
No, I know what I was talking about, the other guy.
Yeah,
but we don't need to-
Kazarian, but
That's
yeah.
funny. Yeah, that Howard Stern got out to millions of people.
Oh, it was hilarious.
That was great. I heard your voice.
Make him
on it.
laugh, right? Oscar
Even-
Wilde, man, one of my favorite Masons.
That's right.
Yeah.
God bless you, Freeman. You're
All
making
right,
us
guys.
happy. Have a good
Let's
night. Thank you
See you
again.
next time.
Take care.
So, okay, we have the rest of the David Keith clip if you wanted to play that. And after that, we have a whistleblower that'll tell us about the actual chemicals that she's seeing. So please, James, if you would, with the David Keith.
Pick it right up here.
There's just a little bit.
But it's a tiny addition of what we're already doing.
Is there any possible way this could come back to bite us in the end?
It actually turns out to be an old idea. This was
Really?
known since President Johnson.
You ever look at those planes up there? They have contrails behind them. Maybe all those planes are the contrails. Maybe they're actually spraying chemicals into the atmosphere right now, and Uncle Sam isn't telling us.
Seems extremely unlikely.
That the United States is not telling something to its citizens? That seems extremely likely to me. Read the newspaper. I think they might have your idea already.
Right. So yeah, that's David Keith saying, "Oh, that's so unlikely that they would do this thing that's cheap and it kills people and it's, great and it's going to help us from the sun. Like it actually traps heat in. It makes it warmer. Like they heat the ionosphere with HARP. I mean, it makes the atmosphere warmer. Like it's so foolish for them to tell us that, oh, the sun, but anyway." So, if anybody does anybody want to say anything about this puppet guy, David Keith?
Yo,
Before
I hate David Keith. Can I
Me
talk
too.
bad about him? Am I allowed to
Please.
curse? Am I allowed
Yeah.
to
Oh
break
yeah.
things or
Yeah.
what?
Oh yeah.
Am I allowed to curse?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, fuck that guy for one. He's total. He's a brainwashed piece of shit. So, in 2018, Bill Gates was to do an experiment in Tucson, Arizona, dimming the sun, spraying aluminum. So, so here's the deal. Harvard professor. He's a teacher at Harvard. Harvard professor, and from Calgary, Canada. He's not even American. This Calgary Canadian brainwashed MK Ultra puppet named David W. Keith. He gets his funding from Bill Gates publicly. So Bill Gates is the sugar daddy of geoengineering, and it's public. It's not Bill Gates, Melinda Gates Foundation. It's private or public, like straight pocket donations from Bill Gates, hundreds of millions of dollars. So he hands it straight to David Keith, and David Keith is his little front man. And David Keith goes running around the world saying, we need to increase the reflectivity of the earth. We need to put up an artificial cloud layer. We could do it with diamond dust. We could, but diamonds are expensive, and you're gonna have to pay that with your tax bills.
They're actually not. But go ahead.
Yeah, right.
The
So
beers is the monopoly, but go ahead.
They're a girl's best friend.
Yeah, everything's conspiracy. I bet diamonds are freaking for free. Okay, anyway,
Diamonds are forever, man.
Hey, I got a
There's as
friend
many
in this.
diamonds
I
as
got a
there
friend
is
in the
sand at
diamond
beach.
business.
Like it's just that all the mines are owned by one company. So
no, yeah, they limit the supply, and then they
right.
they
And
sell us
the whole propaganda,
They're
like
forever.
you got to pay this much of your salary for whatever to prove
Every
your
kiss
love.
begins with
like,
K. Okay.
Right. Ugh, gross.
Yeah,
They should
well,
give
when-
you money for saying that, James. You just
It's all
advertise.
marketing.
They're forever.
Sorry, Jay. Or sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
No, it's cool. So David Keith, through Bill Gates, he like runs around the world and says we need to put up maybe space mirrors, maybe sulfur. So in that clip, he was talking about the real thing that we could use is sulfur, and it's to mimic a volcanic eruption. And it'll kill people and make acid rain. It's just like a volcano, but don't worry, it'll make the clouds dark and make it nice, cool, because global warming is like scary. You know, that's the whole like that's the whole like scientific little thing he's doing, and everyone's
Just
like,
the invisible flu. The invisible flu is
geoengineering.
scary, and the invisible man in the sky is scary. Well, I mean, not to like, just the way that they use fear. You must give the church money, or you must give the government money. We need to tax carbon, and that's going to save the world. Like, how does that even make sense? Like these people, they drink blood. I mean, why do we? It's so crazy that
Yeah,
they
why
will
do we
just
take
swallow
orders
the
from pedophiles? I have no idea.
Right. I mean, we just like take these lies that they give us and they just say, oh, it is, the world is warming, we're gonna have the seas boiling by 2020. Like, that's obviously not true. Like, I
Sea
mean,
levels have never risen an
dude,
inch.
exactly. Bill Nye, the propaganda guy,
The science guy?
yeah, he had an episode where they showed Venice, Italy, and they're talking about how scary it is, like, oh, the water rose and my books got wet or whatever. And this place has been built like that since the 1600s, and the water level is still the same level as the curb, like that
But
is
isn't
built
it
to that in the
not though?
1600s.
The
And
water
like
level's not rising,
the water surge from the storm that pushes the water in, but it's not. The water level is the same. It's always been since the 1600s, and they're showing it on camera as they're telling us the water is rising. Oh, it rose, dude. It's not. It's the same. Anyway,
They'll get photos of after a storm, and they'll be like, "This is how high the waters can and do get." It's like, come on, people. So yeah, that whole thing. For those of you that don't live on the coast and don't grasp it, like there's things called erosion and there's things called sand wars. Like Dubai needs to go like steal sand from like islands and stuff. And there's documentaries on sand wars.
Oh, to
but
build the fake islands and stuff.
yeah, but there's no actual like islands that are like losing their ground to global warming. That's not actually happening.
Exactly.
Never has the sea level risen like an inch. Manhattan's not underwater like Al Gore said they would be. But
Ding!
what
Like,
happens?
the
What
light of
happens
truth,
is
that is
it,
not actually
Hold on,
happening.
Sean. Hold
Ding!
on.
Like,
but it's
oh,
mind control because when you put people in a space of trauma, you can trauma-based mind control. You can tell them anything you want, and it'll go back in their subconscious mind, and they're not going to go and knock on your door 10 years later and be like, "We lied to you so you would pay a carbon tax, you know, so we could put a smart meter on your home, so that we could do this and do this and do that and do this." No, they lie to get their way, and then they don't tell you later on that they lie. They just keep lying. So, anyways, there was this plan in 2018 with Bill Gates and David W. Keith to dim the sun over Tucson, Arizona.
Right.
And they were going to go up in this balloon and do this whole experiment using aluminum. He was like,
Like
we've come to
Mr.
the
Burns, right?
yeah, just like Mr. Burns, we've come to the conclusion, and just like in the Matrix, which is probably a form of, you know, because when I go to people with activism, they're always like, oh, like Mr. Burns, haha, or like, oh, like the Matrix, and they've already got. So mental pathways are very
predictive programming.
Yeah,
right.
Everyone's all of us are like,
we chime in, right.
Yeah, it's very real. The mental pathways, like when they get to you first on a topic, it's like if you're 5 years old and you've never heard the word car, and someone shows you a red Volkswagen, and they're like, "This is car. This is car. This is car. This is car." Now your mental pathway is like, "That's what a car looks like." You know, then maybe you don't see a car for like 5 years. Let's just say it's a horrible metaphor. But then next time, if someone says, what's a car look like? That's just going to be your mental pathway. Later on, someone shows you a blue Toyota pickup. You're always going to think about that red. It's just because of the mental pathway, the way that it was dug, the way that how our impressionable our minds are. It's like when you first get to someone on a topic, like space, which I don't necessarily think is what the official narrative is necessarily true, but the propaganda, the science fiction, and all that sort of stuff, they get us in our head certain things and images, and now you can't be disproven. So anyways, the idea of like we're all doomed from global warming and we need to dim the sun, it's like, and then they give it a fancy word, geoengineering. They got to everybody first. Like Frankenskies, I'm very proud of it being seen by probably like 15 million people by now. I've been plugging away every freaking day. I gave away like 20 DVDs online today. So Frankenskies, the movie, check it out. It's really impactful, you know, but they got to everybody first with this like concept of chemtrails, chemtrails are conspiracy, geoengineering is good and is going to save us from the evils that is global warming. And not to mention, they'll say all day long, like carbon is the devil and it's your fault because you drive cars, you drive your car, you carbon, you bad carbon. But they won't go as far to say we exhale it every second, but we do, you know? So that's like the real guilt trip. It's all our fault, you know? So we should be enslaved into this technocracy and smart cities and all this stuff because, you know, it's our own evil doing.
And we should
we
accept
have to be managed
by the government.
Be governed.
Right. Because we deserve to die, right?
So a little tidbit of my life in 2018, I went and I hosted this conference, Stop Geoengineering conference in Tucson. And I was lucky enough to rally some people together. We packed this conference hall. I was blown away that I was actually able to do it. I was able to go on this like coast to coast show leading up to it. And all these people heard like, oh, that's something to do. Let's go try to stop Bill Gates from dimming the sun. And we had this whole conference and a protest for Mother Earth on Mother's Day and a concert and this whole shebang. I got arrested. Like, so Bill Gates. So here's the deal. David Keith and under the, you know, funding of Bill Gates, they sent this like goon boogeyman to my conference. I know it was them. And this dude like tried to like rough up my whole thing. And like, it was such a
scare
scene.
people, intimidation.
He was screaming while I was doing my speech. He was screaming, he's a global shill. He's a global shill. He's a global shill. And then like, he's like, wouldn't leave. And he got all up in my face. And like, I smacked this cup out of his hand. He's waving this cup in my hand. But I think what the goal was to like get an altercation because I was out of my mind. I think there might have even been some little frequency thing going on with me. But either way, I got arrested for assault for smacking the cup, and the whole conference got all crazy and stuff. But we did end up preventing the Bill Gates experiment from happening. It was like the biggest thing I've ever done in my life. So it was amazing. It was an amazing thing. That the public was able to do. Like the whole of Tucson didn't really know necessarily that chemtrails were real, but they did know that Bill Gates was trying to spray aluminum over the city and that they weren't having it. So that kind of got the kibosh got put on that. And now like Greta is saying we need to do it in Sweden, and now they like might do it in Sweden. But what I've noticed, what they keep doing with the geoengineering and the supposed like events that they're going to try to pull off, is they know if they have some sort of event, then there can be a protest, right?
Right.
So instead, they like have like these news articles that one just came out that said like Mexico says please stop geoengineering, and so like they have these little small victories so that the activism is kind of like quelled. But really, we need to rally together as humans and be like, please don't. I mean, not please. Stop fucking blocking our suns, you pieces of shit, or we're gonna like pitchfork your asses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, this is not cool. If you lived where I live, or probably everybody, like this, like they don't even go to the airports. They're going somewhere else to some covert thing. They're flying really low to the ground. There's all sorts of stuff being sprayed and mixed together all the time and being zapped and all this stuff. And then I'm almost done. But you asked, like, what are they doing? Are they leading up to some sort of trigger event or whatever? I mean, like, what's the main end goal?
Right, please.
And how does it relate to the jabs and all this stuff?
Right.
Well, what's up with these purple lights? Okay, because I all of a sudden have
Dude?
2 purple.
Oh yeah, James is looking into this.
I am
So I got a couple
fucking
purple
happy
street
you
lamps in my
brought that up.
town, and I started
Holy
really
shit.
wigging out about it because I'm a truther, you know. Let's not even
Right.
call us a conspiracy theorists anymore, because that's, come on, like, look at the world we're in. They've got athletes dropping dead like flies and all this stuff. We're no longer conspiracy theorists. We're truthers, okay, like for real. And in my town, these purple street lamps, they are weird and creepy. And the one that popped up, the first one, it was accompanied with like all these cameras. And so either it's activating something in the
It's
jab,
a test. It's a test.
or it's like got AI cameras that are watching it, and then the luciferase is in the people, and then they'll glow under the AI cameras or something. I don't know. I think one of the boosters might have something that is activated by that spectrum under that light.
Yes.
So then they can just do it in certain places and then test it and see like, oh, this many people got this new variant or whatever. But what is up? What do you guys got on the purple lights? I'm done with that.
Yeah, James, did you have a what were you thinking about this purple light
Oh,
thing?
dude, they're popping up everywhere. They're all over the place. Like, this is so crazy that you brought this up tonight, because I was going to ask you, I was going to ask you after the show, like, do you have any information about this? Back in 2016, I'm trying to find it right now, but there was an article written in some weird online magazine about blue lights being used all over the globe. But this article was out of a online magazine. The dude centered around like Glasgow, Scotland, right? And that these blue lights, that the crime rates went down. Okay, so that's the thing. They put the blue lights in, and then the crime rates went down. Then even in Japan, they put blue lights in the subways, and suicide rate in the subways went down, because that was a big thing in those countries out there about the suicides in the subways. So they put the blue lights
Really
down
quick to
there.
interject.
Go ahead.
Those blue lights, one reason why they impact crime rate is because junkies can't hit a vein under the blue light, because you can't see your veins. So they put those in areas where people are trying to shoot up stuff. Just saying.
That's interesting. That's kind of like how they put spikes on the floor underneath where it's dry, so that people can't like lay down and be comfortable. They do the same thing to birds, you know, over every like sign of like a Target or whatever, it has spikes where birds can't build a nest. It's like we're pests. But go ahead.
This subject of talking about how it impacts our health is really big deal to me, because when I first started researching the chemtrail and geoengineering thing, like the time period when I was describing with, you know, listen to Freeman TV, and you know, I was working at the courthouse, which was this old building, and I was going through some physical problems during that period of time. I was getting these real intense headaches every week, and not long after that, I went through this period of time where I was having these what I thought were allergy problems. And I did some interesting research, and I would challenge anyone, look up allergy symptoms and then look up heavy metal symptoms. And you're going to notice some pretty interesting parallels. And what I discovered was, at the time, the woman, my ex-wife, was a nurse, it still is. And she was, you know, urging me to go the traditional route, right? Like Western medicine. And so I went and saw a specialist for allergies. And I'll tell you what, allergy is one of the most whacked witch doctor-esque kind of aspects of our Western medicine. They have no idea what they're doing. They shot my back with, they filled my whole back with all these, I think 32 different things they plugged me with up and down my arm. And they said, oh, you have no allergies, right? And I'm like, well, what am I reacting to?
Right.
You know? And so, long story short, obviously from my perspective, I think that, this combination of electric signals in the air, this full spectrum dominance, getting metals into our body has, like I was describing, like an autoimmune reaction. Your body's trying to deal with this thing that doesn't make sense, and it's trying to work it out, right? And it, I don't know, personally, what I discovered was, I think that it is having a health impact, and that people, this is a way we can help people realize, like, things like cilantro, right, are supposed to be really good at removing heavy metals. Freeman was talking about bentonite clay. If you're having problems, physical problems, like, try reapproaching this problem and look at it like heavy metal problems, and see if you don't find those solutions helping. If it does, then that should raise some questions as to what's really making people sick here.
I kind of we could learn more about that. We could skip Kristen Megan. She was a whistleblower. She worked for the military, and she saw these chemicals and these barium and strontium and aluminum, and she thought it was for. Anybody can find these clips on YouTube or anywhere else. Her name is Kristen Megan. So I just wanted to play some of that Russell Blaylock. This is radio. Russell Blaylock is a doctor, and he talks about the heavy metals, what it does to us health-wise.
And so I looked at the literature and some of the reports and YouTube videos, and they were saying that they were dropping one of the ingredients was aluminum. Well, I had done a fair amount of writing and research on the effect of aerosolized chemicals in the nose when you breathe them. And what we knew was that these particles tend to travel along the olfactory nerves, which are the smell nerves in the nose, and it travels directly to the part of the brain that has to do with memory and emotions. The hippocampus, the entorhinal area, and the prefrontal cortex, and that you can trace these chemicals traveling along that nerve and depositing in this area of the brain. The other thing that was known is that if you aerosolize aluminum, it's one of the metals that passes very easily along this track and directly into the brain, so it bypasses the blood-brain barrier and goes directly into the brain and accumulates. Well, if you do it in animals, it produces lesions or damage in that area of the brain, and the animal will begin to show changes of memory and learning and emotional changes. When we look at people who have Alzheimer's disease, ironically, the highest concentration of aluminum in the brain is that same entry point, what's called the entorhinal cortex, and the levels continue to accumulate. So we have compelling evidence that aerosolized aluminum alone will enter the brain and produce damage to that critical area of the brain. The worst of all is the nanosize. Now, nanosize means you make it such a small particle that it easily penetrates skin, it penetrates barriers in the body that normally metals cannot pass through. When you nanosize and produce these incredibly small particulate matter, it passes very easily. So when you nanosize aluminum and you use it in these aerosols through the nasal passages, it enters the brain in very high concentrations. And they find that the nanosized aluminum in the brain is infinitely more toxic. Now, one of the toxic reactions to aluminum is intense inflammation. And activation of cells in the brain that are the immune cells called microglia. Aluminum is a very potent activator of these immune cells, and that triggers the release of a powerful substance called glutamate which is an excitotoxin. It causes cells to die from an excitatory mechanism, kind of complex mechanism, but it is a
They load our
combination
food
of
with this stuff, the
inflammation and
glutamate.
excitotoxicity. And I coined the term in the medical literature called immunoexcitotoxicity to describe that process. So we know that occurs. We know it occurs very easily. Now, the reports are coming out now that what they're spraying is nano-size aluminum, and the idea is the whole concept of preventing global warming. And they nano-size the aluminum so it'll stay in the upper atmosphere longer, supposedly as a reflective compound, metal. The problem with that, even from a climatologic description, is that if you make it into cirrus-like clouds rather than reflecting it upward and out of the atmosphere, it reflects the heat downward and actually causes global warming. So you could envision that they're doing this on purpose to make the atmosphere heat up so they can see the atmosphere is warming up. But what I'm concerned about mainly is the medical effect, and that's because of this very strong connection between aluminum passing through this pathway into the brain is so strongly connected with Alzheimer's disease and other diseases of memory. If you're aerosolizing this and spraying literally tons of it over the world, and people are constantly breathing that aerosolized nano-size aluminum, which will easily penetrate filters in your air-conditioned system, enter your home. So you're breathing it 24 hours a day, producing high levels of aluminum in this part of the brain, and the consequences could be absolutely devastating. Could cause a huge increase in Alzheimer's disease and inflammatory neurological disorders. Now, I watched YouTube, which was a Geo-Engineering conference that the government had put on. And in the conference, one of the questions somebody in the audience asked, well, what is the medical effect of spraying aluminum in the atmosphere? And the speaker said, well, we don't really know, but we're in the process of researching that. Well, of course, that was an absolute lie. We do know what it does.
Right.
But the fact that they were admitting that, in fact, they were going to spray, they gave it in the future tense, that they were going to spray aluminum. The evidence now from the examination by biologists and scientists around the world is that the aluminum level in the lakes and streams and trees is increasing enormously. Some areas have incredible elevations of aluminum in the groundwater and in the vegetation. So if this indeed is happening, we're looking at a medical catastrophe that's worldwide. My statement was that it's criminal, and whoever's doing this should be charged with a criminal act. This could kill thousands, if not millions, of people eventually. I mean, if you're inducing Alzheimer's disease on a worldwide scale, and you're inducing a number of diseases just from breathing it. I mean, within the lungs, you can produce asthma, you can produce chronic lung disease. People who have pre-existing chronic lung disease will precipitously get worse because aluminum, as it enters the epithelium of the lungs, is going to produce intense inflammatory reactions, and that's going to produce a worsening of their pulmonary conditions. Also, the aluminum is absorbed into the bloodstream, can be deposited in the heart. People with heart failure would get worse. People with hypertension would get worse. Numerous diseases could be precipitated and worsened by such an insane policy. But it is criminal. It's a criminal act.
Yeah, no
No
doubt.
one was asked permission to do this. This was not announced publicly. This was not entered into a public forum, so these health issues could be discussed. They just secretly have done it on a worldwide scale of an enormous proportion, dropping hundreds of thousands of tons of this product in the atmosphere.
Exactly.
The thing about it, it's irreversible. Once it enters the streams and the waters and the plants, there's no way to remove it. You've destroyed massive amounts of the environment.
So what we have here, we have aluminum toxicity that is literally killing trees out west, is going to be, we're seeing fish kills everywhere recently across the planet. I've got a list of fish kills that are day by day for the last 3 months, and every day there's a huge fish kill, and I think it has a lot to do with this, which makes me wonder, Doctor, I think this is intentional, but not on the side of they think they want to change the environment. I think this is intentional to, get the population down.
Right. Well, it's a very cruel way to do it. The other thing is the huge number of birds that are dying.
Mm-hmm.
We have millions of birds, all in clusters that are dying with no explanation. Now, birds die every so often in clusters. That's known throughout history, but the scale of it today is just unbelievable. But their intent, their intention, whether this is
even sorry, I have to pause it or else
Please.
it comes up.
Go ahead.
Even that, has anyone else even noticed I mean, I live in New Hampshire. I've grown up in New England my entire life, and I remember as a kid there were there was a lot more insects around than there are now.
You'd be picking them out of your eyes and your ears and your nose and gnats, and you'd have to hold your hands high to get the gnats above your head and stuff.
Right,
Yeah.
and nowadays there's really not a lot of that going on.
Not
And
like
I've been driving now for almost 2 decades of my life, and I remember when I first started driving a car down the highway, that I'd have to wipe the insects off of there, the bug juice.
Yeah.
And
Off the
now-
headlights and off your
Yeah.
windshield. And
Yeah, they can be everywhere.
motorcyclists to get them in their teeth, and
Yeah.
that's not so much. I agree.
Nah, not so much.
Yeah,
Not so much.
I
But
agree.
yeah, we're almost coming up on 3 hours here, Sean. What do you
I
think?
know. I don't mind extending it if you guys don't mind going a little longer. But I know that we're going to be cut off on the One Great Work Network at 3 hours. So I don't know if they want to extend it, but if we need to promote everybody's work before the network is done broadcasting, and we can continue on with Twitch and on your website, James, freeyourmindne.com, where people can continue watching the stream via your Twitch embed on your site, freeyourmindne.com.
Yep, go over to the live page. It's over there.
Okay. And we want to encourage people to watch Frankenskies and to visit actualactivists.com. Matt, would you like to discuss or tell people about what you're working on, or what you got going, or promote yourself a little bit?
Yeah, always a work in progress. Activism is a lifestyle. I encourage everyone to be an activist, even though sometimes it sounds like whatever it is. Once you start to take that first step, every day is a new journey, new beginning, all these sort of things. I'm working on a sequel, Frankenskies 2: Climate Chains, and this will be taking me to London, which is very exciting, to protest and document the 15-minute smart cities or 15-minute cities that they're coming up with.
Right.
The 15-minute cities combat,
I think they were
global warming, of course, by telling you can't go far and all this sort of stuff.
right. Kind of Portland, Oregon was kind of built that way around the train. They would have these little pockets around the train where people would go, and everybody had a bicycle, and that was like, and I think it's Oxford is the city or whatever in England that they're starting it, and that's like where was it where the other school is?
It's Oxford and Ipswich. There's two of them. Yeah, there's two towns.
Right.
There's two cities now.
Ipswich.
Right. Ipswich in Massachusetts. I used to live there, and that's where they landed right after they used to be called Agawam. Yeah. But anyway, it figures that's like the landing. That's the front of the spear is Ipswich.
Fascinating.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's funny also that like the first dude to get jabbed is named William Shakespeare. Okay, I mean the guy telling us on the news was laughing his face off. It was so. I mean, it's obviously just this. So of course they chose like Oxford, where that's where their school is, where their the think tanks and the roundtable groups and all that. Like it makes sense that they're using that as the first city. Please, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, please. I could go on. So I'm excited about that and frankenskies2.com, and that'll all be evolving, just like how Frankenskies, the first movie, just as it was coming out, geoengineering was becoming normalized and launched as no longer a conspiracy, but actual as mainstream narrative solution.
Right.
To that was like a whole thing for the chemtrail conspiracies. It was like our heyday, even though we thought everyone's going to be like, oh, you were right. And still, even though the examples of geoengineering were chemtrails, they were like, no, you're still crazy. And we didn't get our validation, which is anyways. So there's all that. And please check out actualactivists.com. And I have an EMF silver clothing line and that's a whole nother story. Sparrow, SPERO gear. Sparrow Gear on Instagram, sparrowgear.com. And to finish the thought on the street lamps, people are commenting in the chat. Nobody really knows exactly. They the official narrative at first was, don't worry, it's a manufacturer's defect. Just call us up and let us know where they are, and we'll come and replace them. Well, people called them up and let them know where they were for years. And they didn't, and not one ever got replaced. They just kept putting them in, being like, yeah, just let us know where they are. Kind of like the chemtrails, like, oh, what, the gaslighting you, like, no, that we're not spraying anything on you. Like, even though the chemtrails are getting more and lower and more and lower, and there's nothing's going on here, or any of it, the jab or the fluoride in the water. No, it's good for your teeth. Just keep drinking it.
Just drink it.
Fluoride causes fluorosis, makes your teeth rot and fall out. It's like actually horrible for your teeth. It's really
that should be another black pill episode.
Yeah, it's a hazardous waste.
Yeah, it's a hazard. So it's like everything that they do, and they're like, no, yeah. So the purple lights, we don't really know exactly, but they are very suspect, and it's right on the edge of the color light spectrum, Roy G. Biv, of what we can see. So violet is right on that edge of what we can see, and maybe there's hidden lights or hidden stuff in it, or it's activating something, or someone's gonna glow, or maybe we'll all just have a QR code that's like a black light stamp on our hands, and it'll be the black lights will have to be everywhere to have that all integrated. Who knows? But it's very weird and suspicious. And anytime anything happens nowadays, I'm curious, to say the least. And I appreciate meeting you all, and thanks, Sean. And I'll pass it on after that.
That's great. And thank you for being here, and we very much appreciate it. And it's so great to have the creator of what I do consider the best film on chemtrails, and it's so information packed, and it really gets people going. And I'm so glad that you could join us today. And if you would please continue to stay with us for a little while longer. I wanted to what exactly is the topic per se for Frankenskies 2? Is that can you tell us? Is that because you're going to bring us more information into further understanding?
I mean, the topic is more awareness surrounding the narrative of chemtrails, that contrails aren't even real, and also like bucking the system. Like we're gonna say F you to the man regarding climate change lockdowns. So the game is to do this bait and switch and get everyone familiar with lockdowns, which is like a prison term. And then all of a sudden be like, oh, the climate. Locked down again because you're smart metered and everything.
Even though
that you're inside your house all day and all that nonsense, And
even though Klaus Schwab wrote in the book, in the Great Reset, that even though we were locked down, it didn't really affect the climate.
We got to do it harder, he said.
Okay,
Yeah,
Lock me down harder, Daddy.
That was his answer to that question is we must do it harder to show that it works.
I
So
can't lock down anymore. I'm already locked down.
I know, it locked down further. Let me put a boot on your neck, right? Oh.
Little
Man.
super troopers there. Hey, Matt,
That was
you
good.
know, I wanted to thank you, man. Your work is just fantastic,
Oh.
and I'm honored to be here with you, another hero in the midst. And you know, I'm looking forward to contacting you and being. I can help promote your work and your future work. And I think it's so inspirational that you've done so much and to teach people responsibility. When we come to realize these things, we have to have that curiosity and keep looking and wondering, yeah, why are those lights a different color? You know, and ask these questions and keep other people asking these questions, because it's so easy for people to just kind of start glossing over this stuff because it's like the Goebbels, Hitler, big lie thing. This lie is so big and so colossal that people don't know they can't get a handle on it. They can't get a hold on it. It's just too big. But people like Matt that stick their neck out, you know, and create an event in Arizona or create a documentary, they give people something to grab onto. They give some handles and something to hold on, something to look into, you know, look, well, what is going on with these lights? You know, and what that brought to my mind with the lights is like the blue light problem we have. A lot of us already know about this. These blue lights mess with our circadian rhythm, and it's not natural. The flicker's not right. You know, our bodies are used to fire, you know, and all this new technology, we're just getting used to it. And biologically, we're not ready for a lot of these things. We're not used to a little metal floating in the air that's so small that you can't see it. And our bodies are trying to learn to work through all this stuff. So thanks for helping us sort this mess out, Matt. And I'm really glad to meet you. And I'm excited to see Frank and guys too.
Hey, the honor is mine, and I look forward to further engagements with you and Sean and James. And when you were speaking, I got this like little download about the purple lights and people and humanity and everything. It's like if people don't have the answer to something, then they can't create like a mental construct about it. And they're like, well, tell me what the purple lights really are then. And I'm like, well, they could be this, could be this, could be this. And like, oh, well, then you don't know. It's like, well, you have to keep that open mind. But the mind wants to make it concrete and be like, no, A to Z, like build.
You nailed it. Yeah. Every time I get into it with people with the geoengineering chemtrail, they always say, oh, why would they do that? Or who is it? And if you can't right away answer that question, they're like, oh, well, see, you don't know. You know, and that's just an easy way to get past the problem of thinking about it and wondering about it because it's a difficult topic. But if they can just pin you down on a question that you can't answer in one sentence, oh, you know, I don't need to think about that. You don't know who's doing it. You don't know why they're doing it. And they always ask the same question. Everybody does.
They do.
They
do.
Oh, why would they do that? You know,
right?
Yeah. Why would they do that to themselves?
Who will build the roads, guys? Come on. Like, yeah, we've had those arguments. Yeah.
You know, being creative and curious is our gift as humans. And the gift of life is this generating ability that's our divine connection, our ability to think and figure things out and wonder. And it's also our responsibility to do that because we've been given the latest technology of the universe. You know, how valuable is that? Our body is the most modern version of reality's product, you know, this amazing thing. And they want to own that and take over it and turn it into something that they can predict and control. And it's up to us to not let that happen.
Man, you have the truth frequency, Chris, and people need to visit your website as well, endevil.life. And they can also find you on the One Great Work Network. You're there amongst the creators with James and myself.
And also, I would encourage people to go to chrisjansen.com because I'm building a network of people that care about these things. And we're starting to create communications and teams and mastermind groups. And so I have an email list started there, and that's a way to get involved, get part of my Telegram chat and other people. Pretty soon you'll be on here talking with Matt Landman and Freeman Fly and know people like Mark Passio. To me, these are heroes I want to meet. These are the people I want to be in communication with. And this is what I want to spend my time doing because it gives you fulfillment because you're not part of the problem. You're part of the solution.
God bless you, man. And you're adding to the frequency. It's a chorus. We're all speaking the same truth. and we have heart. We want to heal the other people. It's sad to see them in this mind control, and to be totally lost, like they're um and they're all you guys are all actual activists. We're actually doing something, and I'm honored to be able to have you here with Freeman and Matt, and where you guys can make these connections, and it'll flourish. It'll blossom into new things. Like our first episode of Black Pill had these people are creating new works together, and they found like-minded people that are also resonating the same truth frequency. And I hope that happens with every episode. I hope all of you guys talk to each other and keep spreading this signal. You're all doing the great work. It's a beautiful thing.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, I feel like you guys are like my brothers from another mothers, out there on the East Coast. Appreciate it.
Great. So we're going to lose the stream on half of it, but we're still broadcasting, and it's still going to be recorded. So those of you that are watching,
don't say that, because I'll get in touch with Aaron.
Oh, right, you're going to make it keep going. Okay, it might
we
be
can see
able
about that. We can see
Okay.
about that.
All right. Well, it's on the line. We're trying to make it happen, but it's still going to be recorded, and we're still have more to say. I wanted to also look at the health. You got to mention Morgellons, because that is related, and we had to bring it up on this show. And Matt, if you'd like to stay with us, I know you're on the West Coast, so it's much earlier for you. If you need to take a break during this, if you need to use the bathroom or whatever while we're playing this clip, I just wanted to get it shifted into this other piece of the conversation. We looked at the heavy metals a little bit. We talked about that, and I wanted to talk about the other things that might be happening, or there's evidence that's happening, and expand the conversation a little bit into that.
Yeah,
Would you
sounds
care to
good.
say?
What you got? The self-replicating carbon fiber nanotubes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, telemorphosis or whatever that is, that video. Let's do it.
Right.
I don't need to
Okay.
take a leak or
I'm not
anything.
sure. Okay, great. Wonderful. I'm not sure if it's the clip that you were thinking of, but it's like there's some radio program like explaining what it is, what Morgellons is, and how it's related to what we were talking about today. So I just wanted to put that there, so then we can discuss, so we don't have to explain it all ourselves. We can just let this video play. James, did you find the right one? Go ahead, Matt. What were you going to say?
What are the symptoms, and what, from your view, from your study?
Were you going to say something, Matt? Go ahead and speak.
Oh yeah, I was going to say something completely. Well, it's still chemtrail related, but we can get into it more. I think that they block astrological stuff from us as well, but we can get into that after this Morgellons thing.
Right, because it's making a barrier to the stars as well, as well as the sun, because it's all emitting energy, right?
Yeah, they think they can throw up aluminum and then zap it with frequency and prevent us from getting certain downloads, all of the stuff from the stars and the sun and the moon and everything. Right. Even if the moon, I don't know if it's good or bad or whatever, but all of the light that we get is like an orchestra. It's like a whole symphony of a whole orchestra, album, like a song. Let's just say a song. And right when the song is this whole long song, right when it's coming together and the it's all what do you call it? The epiphany. I can't think right now.
Crescendo.
Yeah, right when all that's coming together, they're blocking it with a bunch of aluminum and zapping it with frequency, thinking they can disrupt God's plan. But in the end, they can't really disrupt God's plan. They're just trying really hard. So that's going on. And then the Morgellons is something internal where they're trying to also disrupt our evolution. I don't know if it's. Let's watch the video. Yeah, I think it's
okay.
Could be in the spray and the chemtrails, because they do all sorts of weird stuff with that, and there's different people have researched that. Also, I think it could be I think Morgellons could be part of the GMO food aspect too.
Yes, they're one of the people in this video actually brings it up. So it is kind of it's a piece of a larger puzzle where all these things fit to make this creation. So.
What are the symptoms, and what, from your view, from your studies, what exactly is Morgellons disease?
My view of Morgellons is basically the result of industrialization. The list of symptoms is extremely long. It's almost similar to like a fungal overload, pathogenic overload, and there's so many related symptoms. Some of the more prominent ones being the body actually growing these fibrils or hairs, the body producing artifacts of some kind, whether they're some people, I've even met a couple of people that are producing plant-like material growing out of their skin. There's actually these non-earthling type of insects being come out of their body. I mean, unbelievable stories that I would never have believed it unless I was standing in their in their house witnessing this. Hexagons. I mean, on our website, MorgellonsResearchGroup.com, there's probably 1,000 pictures that you can see. They're real. It's unbelievable. It's like the science fiction channel come to life.
Absolutely, I agree with you. You know, as well, but there are many components to this. Now, why do you think, why do you think that this is such a big cover-up? I mean, the Morgellons was reported 20-some-odd years ago. According to Dr. Caroline Carter, she says it shouldn't even be called Morgellons disease. It should be called GMOD, which would stand for Genetically Modified Organism Disease. What do you have to say about that?
I am totally aligned with that.
You are. Well,
genetically modified.
She is testing
gene therapy
via hair samples. She's testing in the country of Cyprus 8 out of 10 people, and doesn't matter the age group, by the way, little children all the way up to the elderly. 8 out of 10 are testing positive for Morgellons disease. What's going on?
What's going on? That's a good question, because actually there's a lot of patented data that I have found, and people like to share when they find or declassified information that used to be classified. I have a report from 2004 that talked about the nano and micro technologies of unmanned, basically smart dust, which are smaller than microscopical particles, that some of the components of that smart dust are showing up in people's body, coming out through these little black specks and showing up in some of the fibers. And so you tell me what's going on. I think it's madness, but the body is responding by trying to push the stuff out through the skin or whatever, and it's affecting our genetics expression, it's affecting people's health, and it's horrifying, especially when you
Horrifying.
But silver iodide and dry ice nuclei are Stone Age technologies compared to today's higher-tech particle payloads. The most amazing of these belong to a family of weather mod devices that are so small you might not see one, even if it was floating in your eye. Ranging from the ultra-tiny to the nearly invisible, these are the revolutionary micro-machines that will be the workhorses of any world weather control system. They're MEMS, micro-electromechanical sensors.
The thing I really want people to hear, and I didn't have scientific validation until recently, that what I believe to be true is in fact true. And that is, Morgellons is not a disease. That is the great red herring that they've asked us all to swallow, that there's this disease out there and there's a segment of the population involved, but that most everybody else is good to go. And that's certainly not true. And when I wrote my paper for Arizona Skywatch in 2009, I tried to get that point across by calling it a syndrome. And the reason I say that it's not a disease, that's not to mean that people aren't suffering. And that's not to mean that these things aren't happening. Of course they are. But the reason I say it's not a disease, because we think of a disease as a pathogen that gets into us, measles, mumps, whatever, a single pathogen that is classified as a disease with a certain amount of symptomology to it, and that's that. And that's not what we're seeing here at all. We're seeing multiple materials in the human body that work symbiotically together, synergistically, that are being delivered to us through the air supply. And when the body recognizes, and it's strong enough, mind, body, and spirit, to say this doesn't belong, it begins to try to push it out. Now that's these fibers,
like what James was
life
saying,
forms,
right.
which is a really better, much more accurate description than fiber. These heavy metals, these crystalline polymers, this fungus, all of these things that work together, they don't belong in our bodies. And the bodies have the wisdom and the strength, and may I say the spirit, to shove it out. Very painful, very unsightly, very difficult process. And so my goal, once I sort of clicked onto that's what was happening, of course with the help of many brilliant, I'm just a dot connector, really. But I work with, I call the above ground, underground, a lot of very brilliant minds in the scientific, in the research community, microbiologists, hematologists, all these wonderful people who share with me what they know and understand, physicists and all kinds of folks. So when I began to see that there was a match between what was coming out of these sores and what was being delivered through the air, and then I have a research doctor who has access to an atomic microscope who was able to observe live blood, on a very, 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 very small scale, and could see that this fungus was actually collecting these toxic metals, which we know, aluminum, barium, and the whole 9 yards that are being delivered to us as well, and using them as weapons against our immune system. Big bells went off for me, and I began to realize that this was a very, I hate to give it over, brilliant system that was being laid into our bodies piecemeal. And I'm not sure where it all started. I don't believe it just started with the chemtrails. I believe you can follow it all the way back to some inoculations post-World War II and a lot of other things, food. But be that as it may, it's not a disease, guys.
Hey, that's great.
Too. Is there a connection between Morgellons disease and chemtrails? Dr. Will Spencer, I'll let you take that one.
I would say there is, because some of the components that we're finding, the artifacts coming out of people's bodies, are being detected in the air. So, that's pretty high altitudes actually, and so that would lead me to believe there is a connection, as well as not only the components, the fibers and the metals that are coming out of people's bodies are in people's bodies, but also these exotic or new lab-created microorganisms, genetically altered ones, are showing up in people's bodies as well as in the atmosphere. So, it would only lead me to believe that there is a direct connection.
Right.
So here comes the conspiracy theory. If Morgellons is related to chemtrails and it's coming out of the spray from airplanes, is there some grand plan to get this stuff into human beings?
Well, I don't know if it was a plan or anything, but I will say that all of us have been exposed, all animals, all life forms on this planet. It's just a matter of what our genetic makeup is, what we have been chemically poisoned with as an industry, meaning working in industry versus living in certain polluted areas, that is allowing this to manifest more rapidly in individuals than ourselves.
It's a recent turn of events, but
Yeah.
I guess that's to be expected.
Not a surprise, unfortunately.
I have a segment on my website that if people want to look at later, it's called Bad Hair Day, and they'll see what the hairs look like. They'll see the hair follicle of the hair bulb with blue fibers growing out of the bulb after I pull the hair out.
Can you tell which hair to pull out?
Yeah, because usually those hairs are thicker, and I can see that there's a goo coating on them. the goo coating comes above the skin line, and so I can see it, and it makes the hair look thicker because it's coated.
Do you get the goo coating on your skin too, or is it just something on the hair? Does it? In other words, would you get a gooey portion? Not gooey, but slimy.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do to some extent, but not as much as the hair. There must be something in the actual hair follicle, and I have pictures of it. There's chemicals that go there, plus each hair follicle has its own capillary. So there's something about that is very attractive.
Go ahead, Cliff.
Yeah, absolutely. This relationship, Jeff, with hair is, as I said before, one of the keys to understanding this particular creation, if you will.
If it's an antenna, no wonder it would connect to hair follicles, like that. Never mind. We'll just keep playing here.
I think we go on the record as saying that what you can find in those hair follicles will set you back on your heels. And then almost all Morgies will relate more or less the same thing. You will find in and around those hairs and within those hairs all kinds of Morgellons manifestations.
Wow.
In some cases, the hair bulb and the hair root is so extended and so covered with a white sebum sheath that it's 5 to 6, maybe even 7 times its normal size. And when you pull it out, it comes out without, the nerves are dead. You don't feel anything.
Jan, these pictures they're stunning, staggering. They're so different. Each and every one of them has something to say, so to speak, in terms of an expression of something foreign and weird that should not be in the human body like this. But of course the CDC says, don't worry, it's all in your imagination.
That very odd picture that has like veins running through it and almost a pattern, somebody said it looked like a fractal almost, but this is a piece of tissue from the same lady that had the letters, that had the numbers on the tissue.
Now that is...
Listen
I
to
don't
that.
even know what to do to start to talk about that. The idea that the first pictures show that lesion covering, that crusty lesion covering, peeled off, and there are clearly numbers in it. What the hell is that all about?
I don't know, but since I have had that, someone else contacted me and sent me 4 copies of a video of something in his bathtub, which he was taking a picture of, that looked like a fish, but when he got very close with his lens, he was reading numbers on it, and he actually sent me the video, and you can't read the numbers that well, but he actually read the numbers from the thing, and it was MMMLOQNCFZ. Then there was a 6-digit number that he wasn't sure of, and then it said 23 parentheses U-Bot and RAM.
23 what, dear? One more time.
It was 23, and there's one parenthesis that goes the other way, and it says U-Bot and RAM. YUBOT and RAM.
Got it.
That's pretty funky.
So, whoops. So, I mean, it's building this thing inside of us, and and it's connected. It says U-Bot RAM, like it's, and other people after this shot, they connect to Wi-Fi or Bluetooth signals, and like it's building. We played on the first episode of Black Pill a video of a teenage girl sticking huge wrenches to her arm and her chest, and it's like all magnetic, what do you think they're building, Matt? Do you have an idea?
What was the question?
Oh, what do you think they're building with this thing that's like these tubules that are like, and the shot, we also played a video on the first episode. We were talking about the shots, and there was this monitor at like an airport or something where people were filing through, and it went bleep bleep, and there was this thing that like that bleeped, and you could see it on the scanner as they walked through, and like they just it was detecting something inside of them. And then
I
this
think it's
little
all
girl,
spiritual.
okay, go ahead.
You know what I mean? I think it's all spiritual in the end. I mean, it's all a spiritual battle, right?
Yes.
It seems to be in the end. If you're asking me what they're like, I mean,
I'm just wondering
this
if you have
weird,
any
dark
ideas of
stuff
what
is
they're
being made.
building. You know, you don't have to have an answer. It's okay.
Inside people? Are you saying inside the people?
Yeah, it's constructing this thing and it's magnetic and it connects to the
It's
wire, to the EMFs and all of that.
it's something that can receive a signal
Mhm.
that can keep humanity. Okay, so here's the deal: humanity is supposed to evolve. Whether we're supposed to ascend into light or whatever, I don't know, but we're supposed to evolve. And as we evolve, the blindfold comes off.
Right.
The training glove, the training wheels come off, the whatever you want to call it.
The
And
illusion
yeah,
wears
and
off.
so the powers that be that are charging us for energy when it's been free the whole time and whatever, however you want to look at it. You can look at it really spiritual, or you can look at it like more monetarily, like if you want to grasp it, because most people can't even grasp evil anyways. Like my mom wants to believe in angels, but she won't believe in demons and the dark side.
Huh.
It's just like a lot of the world is like that. Like it's like,
Right.
how could you think? But they believe in the light side. It's like we live in polarity, we live in duality, and
Right.
the evil doers in this round of how can we try to control Earth and what goes down on Earth is they're trying to put tech inside of everything biological and prevent an evolution. And if
Hmm.
and I believe that Earth goes through a cycle where, let's just say it's like 20,000 years or something, or I think it's probably way smaller than that. Let's just say it's 5,000 years. So every 5,000 years, like Saturn will come through and then be like prominent and then not, and then it'll come do its whole cycle.
Yes,
And then
Jupiter has returned,
yeah,
right?
and so at the
There's
very,
the
very
conjunction of Jupiter, right, go ahead, with
no,
Saturn and
you're
Jupiter,
right.
right, yeah.
So at the very end of it, when it comes back full circle, humanity's supposed to have like learned its lesson and like evolved or whatever.
Right.
But if we've been locked in a frequency the whole time of like war and blah 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 blah, then when the dark ages return again,
Be locked into the lockdown.
then Satan can kind of be like, oh sweet, I've got a body right now, transhumanism's here, whatever, and then there's they have their little reign of the first few thousand years, and then they got to figure it out again. But they'll be like, it's like a chess game, and at that juncture they'll have like already done it one cycle and they think that they can lock it up. But it's like, have you seen the movie Cloud Atlas? In the movie Cloud Atlas, which is like a weird like dystopian kind of like was written probably by some like Freemason kind of character. They all are, all these things that get attention.
Right.
And in the end, the spiritual like awakening kind of thing, because they're worried about the quote unquote awakening. What does that mean? Ascension. What does that mean? I mean, does it mean ascension? What does it really mean? Because we probably give things terms that we don't even know. We can't even grasp because we don't know. What it really probably means is like awareness of like self-awareness of like the blindfolds come off, like I said. And in the movie Cloud Atlas, the awakening or awareness starts to come from a robot, a Korean waitress robot. Yeah, because humanity like couldn't really pull it off, but like it still happened anyways through a robot,
Right.
And so it's like inevitable, I feel like, even no matter how hard they try. But not to cut you short. So what I think that they want to do is maintain humans and keep us like in this locked thing with all of this mind control that they do. Because it's like, why would they invert the peace sign and put it everywhere and have all this dark occult magic with the Starbucks logo and the freaking all the car logos are like Saturn and Saturn and Saturn and Saturn and like
Saturated in it.
It's
right?
crazy. It's like why? Because they're trying to pull out all the stops with word magic and the maritime law and our sovereignty and all that sort of stuff. They're just trying to buy themselves time so that while we're supposed to be evolving, we're getting hit with all this stuff, fluoride and all these things. But the end game is like to get us to consent to transhumanism, because then it's like we're robotic and they can like maintain our frequency. Like literally, if we've got like chips inside of us, then they can literally maintain our frequency. Like right now they can try with like their different stuff, you know. They've got all sorts of things where they try to maintain the frequency of people, and they think that they can monitor us and control us and whatnot, but that we're still evolving, you know. They're still scared. Like at the end of it all, okay, oh my gosh, the Morgellons are so scary, everything's so dark, everything's so kind of
Not
fear-based.
trying to do that. We're not
No,
trying to
no,
do
no,
that.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying it all seems a little scary, but at the end of the day, we should all be able to really flex on this and be excited and comprehend that this is a really deep, profound thing, that they're really like powerful, omnipotent, evil beings or whatever. They're really afraid of us. They're
That's right.
so afraid of us that they're pulling out all the stops every which way, like everything from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to sleep. And while we're asleep, we're getting hit with like frequencies from all these things and all this sort of stuff. They are unbelievably terrified that we will, one of us, just one of us, will come into our true self and show the others the way, and then they'll lose their grip and they'll lose everything because they're like on this house of cards, basically, you know, and it's only a matter of time till it gets shook down. And so that's why they're trying so hard. So yeah, they I think the stuff inside the body is to maintain frequency, to make it so that the frequency is set on like one radio station so that the tune doesn't get tuned up, because we're supposed to be slowly ascending in a vibration, whatever that means to you.
Right. So we are like, like in order to control us, they've been making us robots with trauma-based mind control for all these years, and with this, word magic and contracts and talismans and all this ancient magic. But they know that they're going to lose control, because all we got to do is stop believing the illusions. Recognize, like, oh yeah, we are living in a I do have free will, and they can't tell me what to do. And and then all of a sudden we don't go vote, and we don't go like believe what they say, and they're just crazy madman on the train. You can just walk past them like, I'm going to go do real life now. And we could all just drop this idea of government and the idea of like, Rockefeller needs to give me my medicine, and like all these lies of like, it's really like, it's very easy to just be done with all that. I mean, I'm sure it's hard to be responsible for yourself and grow your own food and like get your own energy and all this, but there is ways to do it. And it's all there with like, it comes from the earth, and it's there for us. And as long as we don't let them steal it, like our consciousness or the earth out from underneath us, then we can live free. We can do it now. And there are ways of trying to help expel these materials that are building up inside of us. We can live a cleaner life. We can, there's Freeman mentioned a couple things earlier, and I wanted to maybe ask you before you left, Matt. I know we're keeping you up late, but are there anything that you've been told or that you have heard? Like, I know your Sparrow gear is good for blocking EMF radiation, and that is protection, and you offer that, and people can find that sparrowgear.com. Do you have anything else that you've learned that can help to protect us or get this stuff out of us?
Yeah, the body is an amazing thing, and the body can heal. Nothing is more powerful than the healing powers of the human body. Like, and what's so amazing is even like the power of placebo and how like we design ourselves.
Right.
Like, if you want to be psychosomatic on something, just start thinking about like, my toe hurts. It'll hurt. Like, oh my gosh, it's crazy. You can do it all. So chelation is a cool thing to try to learn how to get the toxins out of your body. But more so, it's like, I'm all about terrain and how you treat your body.
Right.
And environmental toxins, you don't want to be around all that sort of stuff. So like, your environment's important. But like, if you've got mercury in your mouth, get rid of it.
Right.
Number one, that's my first. And then secondly, like, get mineralized. We're mineral deficient. Everybody loves their sugar or their coffee or whatever, or just your life of getting to where you're at. You've become mineral deficient. Your body needs 104. Your body wants 104 minerals each day to burn through, and it doesn't get that. The soil is mineral deficient, or the food that we get doesn't have all the minerals in it. I take a supplement that's ground up Irish sea moss and bladderwrack and burdock. Those three things, wildcrafted and organic. I get it on Amazon. You can find it on the internet. Those three things, bladderwrack, burdock, and sea moss, which is like a sea algae kind of thing. It has the 104 bioavailable minerals that you need. It's bioavailable. So if you get an A to Z vitamin that's like synthetic, they're not bioavailable because it didn't come from a plant. And also there's different detox chelation things like zeolite and bentonite clay and diatomaceous earth and all that sort of stuff. That stuff's all fine and dandy, but it's in the end it's rocks and it's not very bioavailable, you know. And I'm all about putting your body to work and let it detox itself. If you can get your body healthy and happy, like people when they meet me, they're like literally think sometimes if I'm on a good day that I'm in my 20s and I'm 42, you know, because I'm going backwards. I used to drink 40s. And people used to ask me when the baby was due because I had such a belly, and I was like smoking Newports and I looked bad, you know. Cigarettes. I smoked cigarettes. I drank bad booze, and now I'm like I don't drink, and I'm like really I meditate and stuff, and I'm like I treat my body pretty well. And then also I just learned about biofulvic, and I just ordered some of this, and it makes a lot of sense. And I just learned about it. This is not a friend or me or anything, but biofulvic.com. Bio and then FULVIC, and it's fulvic minerals that are like it's like this volcanic algae from the sea vents of the ocean or whatever, and it's bioavailable. So minerals that are bioavailable, meaning they come from plants, that's what I highly recommend, because when you're mineral efficient, the opposite of mineral deficient, when you're mineral deficient, you're absorbing things from your environment,
Right.
your toxins.
Like osmosis, right? Like if you yeah, right. So like your body is seeking metal, and then when it comes across this aluminum in the air and it's like, oh yeah, sweet, and it just sucks it all up. It's like,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
like, oh my gosh, I don't have enough magnesium in my bones or calcium or all these other things, you know,
right,
and this resembles it kind of. Let me absorb it, because
right.
your body's not thinking that chemtrails are in the air, you know. But if you have all your minerals and your body's all up to speed and not deficient, it doesn't even need to absorb the toxins from the environment or the food or whatever, the water. It's just like, no, I'm good. I don't need to absorb anything to my bones. My bones are nice and solid because I gave it what it needs. So minerals, mineral dense foods are organ meat, fish eggs like caviar. There's this bison liver. You can get stuff like that. You know, do a little research and find grass fed good source. I get Amish. I get Amish raw grass fed cheese. Actually, this whole cheese thing is a little thing. I got to talk to you about the cheese thing for a minute while I have you on the air.
Please, yeah, talk about it.
So it's really wild, and I don't mean to be like Debbie Downer or whatever, but the cheese is pretty toxic nowadays because these cows get so many inoculations. They're getting mad cow disease, which is actually just manganese. It's chemtrails being sprayed, but manganese being sprayed in the chemtrails makes the cows all crazy. And
they're going to be getting mRNA.
They're going to be getting the mRNA shots and all this sort of stuff. And so what happens to these cows that are just loaded up with all these vaccines? It's stored in the fats, which comes out in the milk and the cheese and the dairy. And those fats are the lipids, and they're really easily permeable. And so the toxins store up in there, and then we get the toxins, and we don't want the toxins. And so I started thinking that I was lactose intolerant because I couldn't really ingest much cheese. My buddy put me onto this Amish cheese company in Pennsylvania, and he was like, I guarantee you can eat their ice cream. And I was like, bro, if I can eat their ice cream, I'll eat my hat. And and I can eat their ice cream, bro. That's crazy. I didn't really eat my hat, you know, it's just a saying.
No,
So
I hear you.
anyways, I'm just kidding. So then I get their cheese, I get their ice cream, and I'm learning that not only am I getting I'm like all about the raw because it's like
Right,
you
'cause the
don't you have
pasteurization, like, kills
yeah,
everything,
you
all
have
the
the
good stuff.
digestive enzymes and all this stuff. I'm even eating really clean raw organs and really clean raw meat, raw cow meat. And I know it sounds crazy, but the raw meat really helps clean out your body. And what the raw Amish dairy does is, believe it or not, it's like the most detoxing thing. It'll even help you if you've gotten or know someone that has accidentally gotten the boosters or the jabs or whatever, because it's the opposite of having the the bad cheese. And I encourage you to get the best grass-fed stuff you can get, but
Right.
you're still gonna be getting some inoculated cows unless they're
Right.
Amish. Like if I'm
Because the
talking,
law, right?
yeah, it's wild.
Amish have lawyers that can fight that off, and they're separate.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you live somewhere upstate New York or something, and you can just like contact your
I'm
local friends
actually
that
in
have a cow.
Ohio. They're
Yeah,
all
you got
over
some
here.
cows somewhere. Like, I mean, you don't have to have an Amish
Right.
neighbor, maybe, someone
I
who
might
has
not
a
eat the
cow.
raw meat, like, that might there might be parasites and,
Yeah, that's what
I don't
everyone
know.
says, but that's a fallacy. Like if the
Okay.
meat's fresh, it depends on when was it cut open or whatever. But like,
Well,
um,
people here a lot of people like, it's Ohio, there's a lot of deer, and, like, there's a lot of people living, they'll fill up many freezers, and they don't have to go to the store to get that stuff. And I'm sure that there's, like, chemtrails on the grass that they're eating or whatever. I mean, they
yeah,
can't be
never
totally.
mind the raw beef thing. That's out there. But the raw, let me just finish the raw
I'm
dairy.
sorry, I don't mean to, like,
It's
get into.
cool. It's cool. It's just a new thing, and it's giving me a lot of energy. And I had a broken arm, and because of all the opiates and everything I was given in the hospital, I couldn't. I was so demineralized, I couldn't put on muscle, and I was really vitamin B deficient. And I started eating raw steaks with this raw cheese, raw honey, and it really helped. So I'm not all raw. Like, trust me, I love you know a burger and all that jazz. But to check it out, the
Yeah.
raw Amish cheese, because these very permeable lipids are toxin free, they absorb toxins in your body. So you eat the clean cheese and it just sucks up like toxins because the toxins love the cheese. So like
Because it's a fat and it's stored in the lipids, and that's
they
why it
love
gets
it.
stored in your fat. And people
Yeah.
that drink those sodas all day and they eat the
Mhm.
crap and they get all puffy fat because they're trying to get toxins. The body's trying to get it away from their organs,
Mhm. Mhm.
But please continue. So
No,
it's like it works as a
it's like
sponge.
a liposomal, if it's in your body or in the cow, it's a liposomal, like, toxin extraction system, but it's, like, stored in the fats in your body. But if you eat the cheese, it's a liposomal toxin removal system. So you
So
eat
this
the clean
cheese, as
cheese
it
and
goes through your
yeah.
body, it's
Mhm.
like a sponge and it's
Mhm.
taking stuff with it.
Mhm. Yeah. So
Interesting.
that's my biggest, like, detox methodology recently is, mineralization, healthy lifestyle, you
Yeah.
know?
Right.
The Amish cheese company that I go for. Oh, you don't need the brand because it doesn't matter. But you can look for different people, whatever. But
Right.
just like know your farmer. I mean,
Right.
everything's got to get more localized and smaller, anyways. And knowing where your stuff and your food came from is important. And like trying not to eat as much processed food. And actually, I ended up. I know
Seed oils
this
and
is
the
so hard for
glyphosate.
people. I know
Right.
it's really hard for people, but I stopped eating flour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
my wife's the same way. She doesn't, and we're trying to give our son gluten-free bread and, like,
Because I'm
you
just
know
not trying to eat things that are processed as much. I'm eating more
Right.
just like simple foods and all that. And it's just like at first it's a pain, but then you're honoring your health. And I try to go to the sauna often as well, as much as I can.
That makes
And
sense because your
and
sweat is a system for getting that stuff out, everything bad. It's a yeah. But, I
yeah.
mean, like, the thing is that you're saying the cow's milk, the breast is a way of getting rid of those toxins. So, like, the bad cows that have been jabbed, it's like putting it into the milk to try to get it out of them.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, my dog is making noise right now.
No, okay.
But,
Unbelievable.
please, these are very great. Thank you for bringing these. Um, Continue.
So it's just important for people to grasp different little concepts. Like for every molecule of sugar that you ingest, your body burns up 54 molecules of magnesium. For every gram of sugar you ingest, you need 54 grams of magnesium to counteract that, to not be deficient in your magnesium. So sugar really is something you kind of want to like mitigate, and maybe try raw honey or maple syrup instead. And the more processed, the more refined things are, like that sugar, like think about like actual just sugar, like it had to get made and processed, and like the more ingredients and the more things that you're consuming, the more your body has to really work to figure it out. And when I started learning about enzymes, you have like your body has to create digestive enzymes with the pancreas if the food doesn't have its digestive enzymes in it. And if the food was cooked over like 115 degrees, then the digestive enzymes are broken down and you have to make your own. So your body has to work really hard to digest things that aren't raw. So the more often that you can just eat like an apple or something raw that your body doesn't have to really figure out, then the better it is for your body to assimilate and process it without like having to stress your body out. And I think minerals are really key though. I'm done talking. Thank you for listening. But minerals. I think that's like one of the most important things for people to sink their teeth into, and not those like rocks. Like I've met old ladies that like take the like mineral supplements that are like fluid, but it's just like essentially rocks, like not plant-based, and they have like calcium. They can't bend their fingers and stuff because they have calcium deposits in their joints, and they're saying they think it came from a lifetime of that. So mind it. And I think that finding bioavailable means plant-based, and you can take something that's not bioavailable and feed it to plants and then eat the plant because the plant uptook it and turned it into bioavailable, but you can't ingest certain things because we want to ingest like plants, humans do essentially. And things that eat plants like animals, but not minerals that are too dense. Like diatomaceous earth are these little diatoms. At first I thought they were really cool, but they're just like they're seashell like little organisms. They're rocks. They're rocks. And
that's to kill the parasites because it
I get that.
Bugs.
But I think that there's natural ways to get your body to be able to get those parasites out, like that cheese and stuff like that, or just really healthy diet. Like people want to take the diatomaceous earth, which is like rocks, but then still eat pizza and smoke cigarettes and drink beer. It's like, guess what? Like all that yeast is what did it. It's like if you checked your lifestyle, you could eliminate all that stuff. Like stop feeding the freaking parasites and they'll die. Like just they're slow and steady though. They're they've been living off your lifestyle. Just saying, like not everything's got to be a guilt trip, but
that makes perfect sense. And that's a black pill that people got to recognize. Yeah. That's perfect for the show. And thank you so much for joining us. And I know that it's late and you got to go do your life. And we'll let you go if you'd like to. We're gonna play one more clip from our friend Leah Boone, who she talks about how like she kind of wraps up the military. And you can stick around if you like. Or we're gonna do that, and then talk about that one, and then we're going to end it with a song from our friend Mark Passio and his band The Founders, and it's going to encapsulate the idea of stratospheric aerosol geoengineering.
This book is called Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper. William Cooper was an officer of naval intelligence who became a whistleblower regarding the classified documents that he read in his military career. Let's review this information and make some correlations. I'm going to read and paraphrase. I read top secret documents which explain that silent weapons for quiet wars is the doctrine adopted by the Policy Committee of the Bilderberg Group during its first known meeting in 1954. A copy was found in 1969 in the possession of naval intelligence. The following document was found in an IBM copier that had been purchased at a surplus sale in 1986. Silent weapon technology has evolved from operations research, a strategic and tactical methodology developed in England during World War II. The purpose was to study the strategic and tactical problems of air and land defense with the objective of effective use of limited military resources against foreign enemies. They discovered the same methods may be used for controlling a society, but better tools were necessary. Social engineering requires the correlation of great amounts of constantly changing economic information. High-speed data processing was necessary, which could race ahead of the society and predict when the society would arrive for capitulation. The computers at the time were too slow, but they developed the simplex method of linear programming, the transistor, the great expansion of the computer field by reducing space and power requirements. With these three inventions, it was possible for them to control the whole world with the push of a button. I want to note the collusion of the Air Force in their alliance to the elite and the Bilderberger Group. The Air Force's technological shock testing analysis became the model for global electronic slavery and domination. It was an Air Force copy machine that held a found copy of Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. It was the Air Force that participated in the 9/11 charade, and the Air Force going along with the further charade of people going into space. Who is at the epicenter of non-disclosure regarding the high-technology UFO craft being witnessed in this realm? Who do we think is chemtrailing us on a daily basis? The Air Force has dominion over the airspace. Are they responsible for what is likely the true source of widespread illness? Published governmental geoengineering programs admit they are spraying barium, aluminum, and strontium. They are raining heavy metals down upon us almost on a daily basis. The Corona Commanders Conference, established in 1944, meets 3 times a year to discuss the direction and management of the Air Force. One of the main team players in the war on humanity has the same name as the tool of their destruction. Incidentally, the Air Force adopted the doctrine of establishing total domination in cyber warfare in 2006, now handed over as a department encapsulated in Space Force, aka Cyberspace Force. Their cyber warrior duties include the mission of perception control. The U.S. Air Force secures the electromagnetic realm as defined in their memos. That also means the 5G electromagnetic spectrum. 5G is a military operation and part of the meta-matrix of control and new infrastructure needed for global domination, control, and oppression. The Air Force are agents of the dark occult, and they've been flying under the radar long enough. I do recognize this document, based upon documents on admission, as a formal declaration of war by the Illuminati upon the citizens of the United States of America. I acknowledge that a state of war exists and has existed between the citizens of the United States and the Illuminati aggressor. Based upon this recognition, I present to you that the peaceful citizens of this nation are fully justified in whatever steps may be necessary, including violence. Let's correct that to force, since self-defense is never a violation, to identify, counterattack, and destroy the enemy. I base the statement upon the God-given right of any peaceful people to defend themselves against attack and destruction by an enemy waging war against them. I cite the principles outlined in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States, and the fully recognized and acknowledged historical precedents that have served as the justification for the destruction of tyrants. He's referring to 1776. The Bill of Rights is the document worth mentioning. It's a reiteration of your unalienable, inherent God-given rights. You were gifted your life, your body, your consciousness by the Creator of the universe, and you can do anything on God's green earth that you want to, so long as your behavior does not violate the rights of or willfully harm another sentient being. That's what your rights are. And should someone try to remove your rights, you have the God-given right to protect those gifts and defend yourself. That is the end-all, be-all to freedom and sovereignty in the universe. Humanity has every right to defend themselves from the dark, occult, Illuminati ruling class and the war on humanity. It's not just a right, it's an obligation to protect the gifts that were given by the Creator of the universe: life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, via the universal principles of natural law, God's law. The only thing that can stop the inductance, the transfer of energy, wealth, freedom, and life, is resistance. Freedom is the right that must be protected from wrong. The future of freedom is in your hands. Be the resistance.
I love that.
Yeah, Leah did a beautiful job on that.
Yeah. So Leah, our friend, you can find that at occultorigins.com, and she started out her work with like a fantastic video. There's a lot more to it. I clipped out the relevant parts here, but it is the Air Force and it is the Corona program, and they are spraying us like bugs. You know, I don't know if you guys have anything to say about that, how it all connects to their their cyber grid, and how everything in the air connects to everything. You know, it's a way of controlling everything. And those frequencies are the domain of the Air Force. And it's been a military operation since the beginning. What do you guys have to say about that? Anybody?
I
No
had
problem.
this.
Okay, go ahead.
I had this little realization
Hmm.
when we were watching that video, and it was showing all the little Morgellons
Strands that are
you know, it's
moving.
tripping me
Right.
out how snake like they are, right? And
Yeah.
and you know, there's this whole snake thing. I'm still like
Yeah. The jab
a
was
li-
two. It started as two, like a snake bite. You know, like its teeth
right.
are two of them. Right. Go ahead.
And then there was the whole thing about the snake venom, right? And
Yeah, that whole
that
bullshit.
came out, and that was kind of interesting, but it got me thinking about GI Joe, and for some reason GI Joe always sticks with me because they
G.I.
in the
Joe came
GI
from
Joe
Barbie dolls.
comic
It started with
books.
Barbie, which is another occult bullshit. Like,
Right, that's an interesting thing too. But in
yeah,
those comic books, it predicted a lot of this stuff, like chemtrails and nanotechnology.
right.
A lot of that was embedded in the GI Joe. But look at the
G.I.
world,
Joe
you
was, I'm
know,
sorry, it was written by the military, gave them a lot of that information. Like they're just doing what they're told to say. Go ahead.
dude. Not, but the yeah, I could go on. And we could do a whole nother thing about GI Joe. But
Yeah, we should.
the thing that popped in my head was, you were asking like, what are they doing? Why are they doing this? Like, what's it building inside of them? And I
Right.
started thinking about that S, and for some reason the word real estate came into my head. Real estate, like they're getting real estate. Like, you know, if you actually want to win a war, you got to put boots on the ground. They're actually getting inside of you. You know, it's one thing to just get a cloud cover. It's another thing to get the food in you, but actually getting their real estate. You know,
Yeah.
it's their state now
Right.
because they're really getting their snake state in your body. They're really getting their snake state in your body, and that's like a whole nother level.
Yeah.
And it trips me
It's
out too
like the
because
Pink Floyd song, like the worms, like, oh, the worms are attacking his brain, and like,
oh yeah, remember that
surrender
Star Trek
worm,
when
Your Honor.
they
Like
put that worm in the
the
ear
guy's a
and it,
big asshole, and he's a judge, and he's like shitting all over everything, and he's called Worm, Your Honor, like Your Honor, worm, like they're all worms, like it's really, and Marilyn Manson sang about that too, like turning into the worm. It's really sick. I don't. Go ahead.
scary, nasty stuff. Wow.
Yeah,
No, but I mean, to put it back to a positive note, um, you can't really be separate from what you're made from.
right.
And how, I mean, I have a lot of theories about this whole AI thing and maybe where it all come from, and I have this interesting thing, but I don't want to get into all that. What I want to do is just kind of like end on a positive note of, even though they're trying to get their real state inside of you, we're actually made of God,
That's right.
reality is God, right? God is reality. Okay. And God is morality ultimately.
Right.
Natural law, that's what natural law is. It's morality being defined by reality. And that's what God is. So reality is morality, right?
Right.
So it's kind of like when you think about a Venn
So
diagram,
they're creating this vibration that is an assault against the morality, like they're
but it's
harming God.
within, like a Venn diagram, the big circle is God, right? This is within God, so it can't overtake what it's made of. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even though they're creating this AI, this separate thing that's trying to create its own thing, it's within reality,
Right.
and reality is God. And so you can't make something out of nothing. You can't make nothing out
Right.
of, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm saying
I
that
do
right,
know what
but
you mean.
but
Yeah.
the ultimate lesson is kind of like what Matt was saying in so many ways. It is a spiritual thing. And all we have to do is connect to what really is real, and we're going to be on the side of good, of ultimately
We
good.
already are, man. It's great.
We are,
That's what we're
but,
doing here
like
today. Yeah.
it can't win,
Right.
because reality's God.
That's right. And our we're broadcasting the truth frequency. Somehow this is going to hopefully hit some people's ears that need to hear it. Maybe they'll stumble across this online someday, and they're going to do something, like we're putting the ideas in your head. We're making you think, or trying to help you to think about these ideas, and really look at them. These are black pills that we're bringing to you every week or every month, I guess. Like it's um, the awareness itself is helping, and it's creating vibrations for the future. And the more that we speak about it, the more that we can affect other people's brains and what they choose to do with the future. Like this is how we affect the future, is with our voice. And that's the best that's the best that we can do right here. And I think it's a fantastic, like, I'm so proud of this today. And I think that this, like what Freeman did for you, it inspired you, and what he's, what other people, what you do will inspire others, and they will choose their path to further the right vibrations. And yeah, I mean, it's gonna work out. Like we're gonna have to, everybody's working. If everybody's, you know towing the line, then it's easy. Light, many hands make light work. So as long as we're all doing what we can, the best that we can, and we live like honestly, and do our best, it's gonna work out. It's gonna be good. I think I'm on a positive kick myself, even though this is Black Pill Digested. It's the awareness that we bring in, and the awareness is light, and it's good. And some of that stuff is pretty scary. I know we started with Disney, and we ended it with Morgellons, and looking at those fibers that they're pulling out. It's sick. And I know we kind of brought everybody down a pretty dark rabbit hole. And And we didn't even get scratched the surface. I know we've been here for all 4 hours now, and thank you guys for being here for all this time. And if there's anything else that you all want to say before we like, I do want to like play that song.
Yeah, we will.
And yeah, so go ahead, James, if you want to say something.
Sure. So yeah, like what you were saying, you know, it's the Black Pill Digest. You know, that that word digest is very important. So our goal here is to kind of unveil the doom and gloom stuff, but in a way to provide solutions to empower you to know what's going on and to inspire critical thinking abilities within you that are innate within you, and you know, your latent abilities that maybe just need to be tapped into a little bit more, you know. So that's our goal here, is not to scare anybody or to sort of, you know, not to get anybody all, you know, fired up like that, but the type of fire we want to try to breathe into people is the fire of action, that you're not going to let these things continue to happen to you, and be a part of the resistance, you know, be a part of speaking up. To the very least, what you can do is speak up, and then from there, you know what you got to learn, sure, but then apply the knowledge to your life and actually do something with it. You could hold all of it to yourself. You could be Scrooge McDuck and have all the gold in your vault, but what good is that going to do? You could
you can't eat gold, like you're not
you
gonna
need to apply it to your life.
I guess you
You
can.
need to actually do, you know, you have to have good actions and be the change that you want to see in the world. You know, like you got to get all this information about the chemtrails, and we didn't even touch on half of what we really set out to tonight. But
yeah,
you
I'm
know, you
sorry.
could go and like grow your own food. You could like, it all comes down to your actions. So with that in mind, that's what we need to do to press forward. We need to keep that in mind at all times, in all places. Every action that you do has an effect on the world around you, and what kind of world do you want to live in? So we need to have actions that are going to be a reflection of the type of world that we want to live in. And that's our goal here, is to help people really think instead of just being told what to think. We want to try to inspire people to, you know, I can't change anybody's mind, but I can sure as hell present information that might inspire somebody to change their own mind.
Right.
And that's really what I'm trying to get at here. Another thing that I want to bring up before we leave tonight, and it's very important that I do, is the How to Become the True Media skill sharing seminar. It's coming up in 2023. All three of us here tonight, well, not, I'm sorry, I said that like it's only been the three of us, but the three of us here now, we've all gone through this course, and it's taught us what we needed to know to be able to bring this information to the current battlefield, because it is a battlefield.
Right.
We need to use the internet. We need to use this technology while it's still at our disposal in order to turn the tide of that battle. It's a spiritual battle in a material plane, and we need to be able to do that. Mark Passio is able to teach what he knows about technology in a way where he's doing is he's able to train people to be content creators, and that's what we need. We need to be the true media. We need to be the voice that pushes back against all the lies and the corruption that is being, you know, put out there on a daily basis in this country and in this world. So it's like it says on the slide here, an intensive 23-week technology skill sharing seminar hosted by Mark Passio. The enrollment starts on April 1st of 2023, and the schedule is every Monday evening between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. Okay, so this is about being a content creator. This is about actually using the knowledge. It's about actually using the skill of creating content, effectively communicating your knowledge back out into the world so that you can be an agent of change for the better, and in this crazy fucked up situation that we have, that is in front of us. So if you think that describes you, if you think that you can do this work, then go to howtobecomethitruemedia.com. Maybe bookmark it for now, since enrollment hasn't opened, and just keep an eye out on that, because this is where the battle is going to be fought. Okay, and then of course, like I said before, you got to actually really try to live your life in a moral way.
Right.
So other than that, I really don't have anything much else to say this evening.
Okay.
I really just want to make sure that I wanted to make sure that when we left tonight, because it's a heavy topic, and a lot of people shrug their shoulders and they go, "Oh, this is nothing." No, it is something. It's in the air. This is something that I don't think anybody really impressed upon the audience tonight. The air touches everything.
That's right.
It touches everything.
The whole world. Right.
Whatever it is that's going on up there, all of this information, even if we're wrong about exactly what it is, something's going on, and the air touches everything. And with that, I kind of just
and our bodies are sponges. It takes in everything from the environment, like your skin absorbs things from the air, like the sweat glands are an open porous, so it's like you are susceptible to their new technologies of dominance of the whole world. If you breathe air, you should care, right? So this is like I care, and I think that it is one of the biggest black pill to deal with. Like, people are like, "Oh, that chemtrail doesn't exist." Like, what? Huh? Joe Rogan said it doesn't exist. Like, oh, whatever. I believe that dude. But they don't want to look at it. They don't want to recognize that they've been spraying us like bugs for the last since the 80s. It's evil. They don't care about, like, look at what they did in Vietnam. They don't care that they're killing many generations and the dioxin stayed in the soil. Like, they don't care. They want to kill. And if it's not obvious by now, then wake the F up, everybody. Come on now.
Right.
So speaking of sprayed like bugs, I wanted to
we'll play that.
Yeah, we can play that. It starts with I added a photograph of what it looks like, and I took this personally in Nashville in 2017 at a Walmart parking lot. So this is a real photograph, and I didn't alter it to make it look funny. There is a pattern in the sky that is instantly recognizable, and it even has a chem bow. It's like a chemtrail rainbow because the sun is hitting at a right angle. And Chris, do you want to say anything before we go? We're just going to play it out with that video. Do you want to say goodbye?
I'll just say thanks so much for having me, guys, and I'll just encourage people, like, take all that black pills tough to digest stuff as inspiration to be more of a hero for other people, the way that Freeman and Matt are heroes to me.
That's
and Wim Hof shows that whatever they're spraying on him, he's kicking ass anyway. That guy's going to jump in the ice and take a bunch of deep breaths and come out stronger for it. And we can do that too. And I think the power of the breath and the power of water are some of the best cures out there, and exercise. And I think he's right too with the fulvic minerals and the other things Matt was talking about. But I think breath and learning to be good at breathing and taking your water really seriously are two things that will allow you to become a hero and ride over this wave. And don't let it knock you down. Frickin' surf this wave.
That's right. And I wanted to say that distilled water will help to leach out those chemicals as well. Everybody's like, "Oh, you gotta have mineral water so that it doesn't leach out
You
the
can get
good
your
stuff."
minerals separately. Take the
Right,
fulvic
you eat
minerals and then
minerals, you can have
drink
yeah,
distilled water.
exactly. The distilled water helps to clean it out, like, that's another we only drink distilled. You can get a distiller, and you can put it on your table and your countertop, and you can make distilled water all day. It just runs, and it's very efficient, and it's good to store up, to have, um, and breathing air. I do notice that I notice many times that I'm not even taking deep enough breaths, like, I'm just shallowly, barely breathing, and I have to remind myself, like,
Try to do six,
yeah,
count to like 6 or 7 in and 6 or 7 out. That's
yeah.
kind of what a lot of books are leaning towards, recommending, just longer breaths. So.
That's very interesting, brother, and thank you for
Anyway,
joining
thanks
us,
so
and,
much. Yeah, we could talk all night. Let's hear the
so
music.
glad I'm so glad that you joined us, and we're very thankful to have you here, and you're a brother to us.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
one
I
last
love
thing
it.
before I forget.
Please. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Next, so I'm very happy about this. Next week, next week, next week on A Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth, I'm having Etienne de la Boissy squared on again, and we're going to be discussing Volume 5 of this book, Government: The Biggest Scam in History Exposed. Okay,
Fantastic.
and that book is finally out. So Volume 5 of that book is finally out. It's up to date, and it will be covering more in depth of the COVID-19 scamdemic and some more interesting stuff. So tune in next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on A Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth, to get in the chat, and maybe we can field some questions with Etienne de la Boissy squared. And
he's great.
Man, he's great. And so, and but
he's going to be on this show in March.
Yeah,
he's going to be our guest. We're going to be talking about the media. So
this is a very important book to me, because just over a year ago, this is the book that I read on air. This is where I got my start live stream.
Yeah.
So it's very important that we
it's jam-packed, very information
yeah,
dense.
like
it's a great book to hand somebody, and it's got it all.
Keep on your coffee table.
It's a great coffee table book.
Right.
In fact, it's gotten me in trouble with family members. They've come over. They've come over for different family events.
Yeah, it's the truth. You should look at it.
Oh,
truth hurts.
Yeah, right.
It's a bitter pill.
I just
anti-government, and I'm like, yeah,
right. Yeah, aren't you? You should be if you're a moral person. Right, right.
Okay.
Yeah, they're honest.
I'm the weirdo.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you like violence and tyranny.
Yeah. Oh, so you like that? So
yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
How's that leather taste on your tongue?
Yeah, right. Keep licking the boot while it chokes your neck. Yeah. I wanted to bring up for my show coming up I guess it's not my show, but I'm going to be a guest with Mark Devlin at the beginning of next month on his show, and we're going to be talking about Full Metal Jacket and what that movie was really talking about. And I guess I'll explain it on the show, and hopefully everybody will come and listen to his show. Is Good Vibrations podcast, and it should be like the first week of February. I don't know when he's going to get it out, but we're recording on like 1st of February. And also I plan on having Hans Utter to talk more on Wake the Dead, to talk more about culture creation, and we're planning on taking a look at the lyrics of certain songs and how the mind control operation has been in effect. Really going to dig into those topics. That with Hans, he's really got a lot to offer in that realm, and so we're happy to have him on Wake the Dead and continue the conversation. So look out for that. There's more coming, and we're gonna there's gonna be more Black Pill as well. We've been doing one a month. I think that's a pretty good pace right yet. And thank you guys for being here, and I'm infinitely grateful that we're making this happen, and I hope it's sending the right truth vibrations into the world. And God bless you. Play that video, James. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining us on Black Pill Digest.
This next song is about the heavy metals that people are getting up in planes every fucking day and spraying on our heads, spraying into our water supplies, spraying into the soil. This is a program of eugenics, and they want to call it some scientific bullshit like Stratospheric Aerosol Geo-Engineering or solar radiation management. You know what I call it? I call it that we're being sprayed like bugs.